Sorry about disconnecting there, folks. We're in the national anthem and something went wrong with the live stream, but we are back and we're getting ready here for some GLSCL action between the Southern Ohio Copperheads and your Xenia Scouts. The Scouts will be batting first as we are here in Athens, Ohio at Bob Wren Stadium, home of the Bobcats. I'm Riley Harshman alongside my partner tonight, Charlie Danis, and I'll go ahead and give you guys the starting lineup while we wait here. Starting out for your Scouts, batting first and playing left field is Cam Murray. Batting second and in right is Carter Boswell. Batting third and in center is Graham Welch. Batting fourth and the designated hitter for the Scouts is Connor Regan. Playing third base and batting fifth is Ben Bills. Playing first base and batting sixth is Felix King. Behind the plate for the Scouts and batting seventh is Jarrett Lindsay. Batting eighth and the second baseman is Zachary Bacon. And batting ninth and playing shortstop is Noah Orlando. And on the mound for the Scouts tonight is Diego Quinones. And on the hill for the Copperheads today is Michael Darrell Hicks.
Michael Darrell Hicks, Riley, has pitched in 2 games, both of them starts, and in 10 innings. He has not allowed a run. He's allowed 7 hits. He's also struck out 15 and walked 4. In other words, he has gotten off to a very nice start here in 2018.
So an ace here in the Copperheads, and he'll be seeing his first action from the Xenia Scouts here shortly as Cam Murray makes his way up to that right-handed batter's box, and Coach Bubba Cates of the Scouts make his way to that third base's coach's box, and we're about to get underway here in Athens, Ohio.
And for right now, the weather is cooperating. Let's hope that it does so tonight.
Yeah, we got some blue skies, some nice clouds. Right now, as we said earlier, it wasn't always that way. Had a lot of rain, and the first pitch from Darrell Hicks is in there on the outside corner for a strike to Cam Murray. Murray will find himself down 0-1 here.
And Murray's gotten off to a nice start here in 2018. 500 batter, 1 homer, 3 knocked in. He's been just what you look for in a leadoff hitter for the Scouts.
And the second pitch to Murray hits the outside corner again, and Murray will find himself down 0-2 here. Murray looking to protect that outside part of the plate. Darrell Hicks eyes in for a sign, shakes off twice now, and starts his windup. That pitch is high for a ball, so count 1-2 to Cam Murray. Murray doing a very good job, as my partner said, is getting on base this year, doing a good job hitting the ball, so we'll see what we can do here. Start out this Scouts offensive. Delivery from Hicks. And Cam Murray checked his swing, but first plate umpire says he went, and that'll be a strike 3 for Cam Murray, and that's 1 down now here for the Xenia Scouts as Boswell makes his way to that right-handed batter's box.
That was a really good breaking ball by Darrell Hicks and had Murray out in front that time. Murray just could not hold back enough, and already a strikeout on the night for the right-hander Darrell Hicks.
Boswell will try to get something going for the Scouts here. Boswell will take that pitch outside for a ball. Count will move 1-0 to Boswell. And Carter Boswell so far this year is batting .400. 1 RBI, so Boswell will look to get on here.
Boswell
drives one out to right field. Right fielder under it, and he will make the play. And Boswell will go down there on a fly out to right. 2 down here for the Scouts.
I was just about to say, Boswell, yeah, he's been hitting a lot better as of late. Of course, it's always key when you hold on to the baseball bat early on in the season. He had some trouble holding on to his bat, and you and I were talking about a couple days ago, maybe some of these batters need to put a little bit more pine tar on their bats, but luckily for him, he was able to hold on to the bat. Unfortunately, not a hit right there.
And Graham Welch the batter now, and he'll foul that first pitch off out to the left, and he'll go down 0-1 here to Darrell Hicks. Hicks right now looking very impressive so far.
He's working at a good tempo right now. He's a lot more deliberate than other pitchers that we've seen in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League so far.
Second pitch outside. Count will even up at 1 here to Welch.
Because we've run into some pitchers that literally take 6 or 7 seconds, and then they're delivering the next pitch towards the plate. This is more like 10 to 15 seconds. A little more deliberate.
Darrell Hicks pitch to Welch. Hits the outside corner. Count will move 1-2 to Welch. And I agree, partner, as Darrell Hicks moves a little slower up there, but he's creating his own pace, and that's what pitching is all about.
Oh, so far he's working inside. He's working outside. He's really spotting his fastball well in this game so far.
Darrell Hicks with a windup and delivery to Welch, and that's a little high, so count will even 2-2 here to Welch.
It's going to be very important for the Scouts, especially going up against a pitcher like Daryl Hicks. Stay within yourself. Try not to chase too much outside or inside, and just wait for your pitch. You got to be patient at some point. Something big and fat's going to come over the plate.
If that pitch is outside of Welch, the count will go full 3-2 here for Graham Welch.
And also working the count as well. Anytime you can make a pitcher throw a lot of pitches, make that pitch count go up, tire him out, good things happen offensively.
And Welch will ground this one down the left field line, and it goes foul.
At-bats like this, exhibited by Graham Welch right now, will go a long way for Xenia, especially if they are wanting to get 1 or possibly 2 wins in today's doubleheader.
And Daryl Hicks comes set at the rubber. Welch ready in that left-handed batter's box. He awaits the pitch, and here it comes, the delivery. Called strike 3 on Graham Welch, and the Daryl Hicks will set the Scouts down in order that inning. So Scouts, nothing going there, no hits, no runners left on, no runs. And we'll bring you some more action here. The JLSCL as the Scouts take the field. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network.
Just a bit. Say like now up at Pride State former Copperheads celebrate his return to bottom line. He'll be our hot dog hitter all day. So don't say anything about it in between innings. No. Okay. So when you drop it on him, I like it. Now from Mercy College, number 21, Diego Quinonez.
Welcome back here to Athens, Ohio, Bob Wren Stadium, home of the Bobcats, as the Scouts will take this 0-0 score into the bottom half of the first. As we said earlier, Diego Quinonez on the mound. Diego from Mercy College, native of the Bronx, New York. Taking the hill, Quinonez, sophomore at Mercy College, 6', 195 righty, really brings in the heat with that right-handed arm. So we will see what Diego can do here. His last appearance was a little less than what he had hoped for, as he hit a lot of guys, had a lot of control issues. We'll look to build on that here in his start today.
And this will be the second start for Quinonez Riley. This will be his 3rd game that he's pitched overall in 5 innings, giving up 4 runs on 3 hits. He has also struck out 3 and walked 2. As we mentioned in the pregame show, we know that this guy has electric stuff. It's just a question of, can he put it over the plate consistently?
And we will see that question and answer here in a few moments as Ty Sunken, the left fielder for the Copperheads, will make his way to the right-handed batter's box. Sunken on the year, batting .269, 3 RBIs. First pitch Sunken is outside. The count will move 1-0. We just saw it with that pitch there. Even if it was outside, it was very quick from Quinonez as Sunken squared around for the bump, but pulled it back because that was another high and away pitch. Count moved 2-0 to Sunken.
Got to try to bring that fastball down a little bit. Pitch to the mitt.
This delivery from Quinonez in there for a strike, and the count moved 2-1.
Keep it on the outside corner. If he's able to do that consistently tonight, Diego will have a very good evening.
Quinonez working quick here as this ball's up high. Count moved 3-1, a favorable hitter's count here for Sunken.
Well, and maybe it would be a positive for Diego or work in his favor if he slowed down a little bit.
As Diego at it again, squares for the bunt. It's Sunken, but called strike. Anyways, the count will be full here to Sunken. Corner infielders move back. Quinonez starts his windup. That ball is high. So first runner of the game here for the Copperheads is Sunken takes a walk. Coming up now is Tom Cesaro, the second baseman for the Copperheads tonight. He will occupy that right-handed batter's box as well.
And Cesaro has had a tremendous year for Southern Ohio so far. No homers, 4 knocked in, and batting an astounding .458 in just 6 games played.
Very good year so far for the Lee University native. Diego from the stretch now will slow down that pace as he fires that one. That is a wild pitch, pass ball, wherever you want to call it, and Sunken will take second base. Ball count 1-0 to Cesaro, and Sunken now on second because of the wild pitch. And already, partner, Diego struggling with that control.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily control. I think he's just overthrowing right now. He's just putting a little too much oomph. If he takes something off a little bit, especially here in this first inning, that might be to his benefit. I mean, that just looked like a classic overthrow to me. Fastball low. Nothing that Jared Lindsay could do about that as it got to the backstop. Diego just needs to calm down here a little bit and just settle in.
Diego delivery here. That one's high, and Lindsay unable to corral it, so Sunken will find himself to third. I think you got to give that one a pass ball.
Absolutely.
So now runner on third already for the Copperheads as Cesaro now has a 2-0 count. Cesaro, who's already boasting a pretty high batting average, will have a runner 90 feet away from scoring for himself here. Diego retakes the rubber, and he'll go from the windup now.
Well, again, just calm down here.
That ball swung on and missed, and that was coming in hot to Cesaro. This count will move 2-1.
Yeah, Diego's got the electric stuff that he can go after any batter, just like on that last pitch.
This pitch is outside for a ball. Count is 3-1 to Cesaro. Infield playing deep here at Bob Brent Stadium as Quinones delivers this pitch, and this pitch is high and away for a ball. So first 2 runners getting on via the walk. So Quinones is going to have to settle down here.
Yeah, not the start that Diego was looking for. I think he just needs to get an out here to try to reestablish that confidence early on in this game. I mean, heck, the way this inning is gone, I think Xenia would definitely try to exchange a double play opportunity here for a run scored. They would fall behind 1-0, but at the same time, you got to get outs here and got to get some confidence for your pitcher.
Quinones here ready to deliver to the 3-hitter Zuber. As this one gets past Lindsay, and Lindsay going for it, but Sunken's going to score there on that pass ball. And Cesaro's going to take second base, I should say, and Copperhead's already on the board here with a runner on second, nobody down, as the designated hitter Zuber is up with a 1-0 count.
Well, and now Lindsay and Quinones, they're talking with one another as Quinones is heading back to the mound. Boy, they got to get on the same page. There have been a couple wild pitches. There have been a couple pass balls. Not the start that Quinones was looking for on the mound, and certainly not the start that Jared Lindsay was looking for behind the plate up until this game. I thought he had been doing a pretty good job behind the plate calling pitches for the Scouts pitching staff.
Quinones comes set at the rubber. Kicks and fires. That ball is up high to Zuber, and the count will move 2-0. And it looked like on that play, partner, Lindsay wasn't rushing back to get the ball, didn't think the runner would be going, but Sunken sure enough was.
I think Lindsay had some trouble locating the ball after it went off of his glove.
As Quinones delivers a 2-1, that is 2-0, and that swung on a miss to make the count 2-1 here to Zuber.
Well, there's already one run across for Southern Ohio. If you're Diego Quinones, you just don't want this inning to spiral out of control. Just get outs and give your team a chance to bat in the top half of the second.
Zuber batting .387 on the year. The 2-1 is inside and in there for a strike, so count will even at 2-2. And Quinones with an opportunity here to get Zuber out.
Strikeout would be huge right here, establishing confidence, getting an out, allowing Diego to take that next step forward.
Quinones looks down the runner at second and fires. This is grounded back up to Quinones, unable to corral it. Bacon with a sliding play, and his throw is not in time, is grounded into the dugout, so that'll be out of play. So Zuber moving in there on the throwing air from Bacon, getting to second, and also scoring is Cesaro on the air. So 2 quick runs here for the Copperheads. The Scouts find themselves down 2-0 already with a no outs and a man still on second.
Well, that was a great effort by Bacon, but the problem is his throw was offline, and now 2 runs are already across for the Copperheads, and still nobody out in this inning. I think you got to credit Bacon right there. I thought that ball would find itself in the center field. He was able to get to it. It was just unfortunate that he wasn't able to complete the throw over to first base.
As Quinones comes set here to Blaine Krim, the cleanup hitter and third baseman for the Copperheads tonight. That pitch is up high to Krim. The count moves 1-0. Krim batting .425 with 1 home run and 10 RBIs on the year. So big hitter up here for the Copperheads as Quinones finds himself in a jam. Leg kick and delivers. This ball is driven out to center field. Graham Welch camping under it. Will make the play, and that's the first out of the inning for the Scouts.
Okay, now work off of that out. Get a couple more outs. Don't let more than 2 runs score in this inning. And then you allow your team to bat, step by step.
The way this Scouts offense has worked under a deficit has been very good this year. So if you're Quinones, you still need to have that confidence on the mound, knowing that your offense can still score. As Hollop, the first baseman, makes his way to the plate for the Copperheads.
Well, remember, too, this is only the first inning. We still got plenty of baseball left to play in this one.
Quinones leg kick and delivers. This ball is low and inside. Count will move 1-0 to Hollop.
Now, remember, because we have a doubleheader today, instead of playing the requisite 9 innings, it's been cut down to 7 innings for both games.
Okay.
So a little shorter than usual, but still plenty of baseball left to be played.
Quinones delivers this pitch. This ball is driven out to right field. Looks like it is fading foul. Boswell making his way over it and makes the play. Runner tags, makes it to third, but Boswell getting that second out there. Very good job by Boswell tracking that down in foul territory.
Boswell has got good speed out there, and he did a great job of continuing to track the ball while also locating that little fence area down beyond the right field area. Nice job of recognizing where the fence was, recognizing where the ball was, and making the catch for the second out.
Coming up to the plate now is number 38, the right fielder, Kyle Casserly, for the Copperheads. Casserly this year batting .087. First pitch from Quinones is low for a ball. Casserly not having the best year, so Quinones needs to deliver an out here for his team. Get out of this inning as the second pitch is low and inside. The count moved 2-0. Quinones going from the windup here. He delivers. This pitch is fouled off to the left, and the count will move 2-1 to Casserly.
By the way, really got to credit the field staff here at Bob Rent Stadium. It was pouring rain. Tarp was on the field, but the field looks to be in good condition.
This pitch from Quinones is looked at for a strike, and the count is even at 2-2 to Casserly. And Quinones looking to get out of this first inning.
Grass is in good condition. Infield doesn't look like a mud pit, and that's always a good sign.
Quinones steps off, didn't like what Zuber was doing over there at third base, and he delivers the 2-2 outside for a ball, so count is now full to Kyle Casserly.
If I'm Diego Quinones, I don't mess around on this pitch. I throw my hard stuff. Try to get this guy out, try to get out of the inning.
Quinones delivers the 3-2. It is high, and Casserly will take his spot at first base on the walk, and runners at the corners here again for the Scouts. But 2 outs here with those runners on the corners as the catcher, Bobby Johnson, makes his way to the plate, getting his leg pads off.
Southern University, number 39, Bobby Johnson.
Bobby Johnson goes to Southern University for his school ball. And on the year, Bobby Johnson is batting a .182, yet to record an RBI or a home run.
Bobby Johnson, that just sounds like a classic Southern name from like the 1930s, a guy that you expect to be playing minor league ball for the longest time.
The first pitch from Quinones is grounded up the middle to Bacon. Bacon will flip it to the shortstop Orlando and get out of this inning on the 4-6 putout. So Copperheads doing some damage here in the first, scoring 2 runs on 1 hit and 1 error there. So 2-0 here in favor of the Copperheads as the Scouts will look to add on to their own run total. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here to Bob Brent Stadium here in beautiful Athens, Ohio. As the Scouts, they're in that first inning, going down 2-0 to the Copperheads off a couple walks from Quinones, a hit, an error, and now the Scouts will find themselves in familiar territory as they are down 2-0. And Connor Reagan, DH today, will make his way to the plate. We'll try to get something started here for Scouts.
And if the Scouts intend to come back in this game, they're going to have to do it against one of the best pitchers in the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League. Being told just a moment ago by writer extraordinaire Luke Sievert that Michael Darrell Hicks, the right-hander, recently won Pitcher of the Week honors on GLSEO.
And the first pitch from Darrell Hicks to Regan is swung on a miss by Regan. The count will move 0-1.
And you can see why, because he's got the big fastball, obviously, but he's got a slider. He's got good breaking stuff. He can also throw your timing off with a changeup every once in a while.
As that pitch is down, and count will move 1-1.
And he's a big kid too. 6'5", 230 pounds. He's the definition of a workhorse, at least from a look standpoint.
Darrell Hicks will deliver the 1-1 pitch in there for a strike. A nice breaking ball making its way in there to the strike zone. The count is 1-2 to Connor Regan. As Bob Brent Stadium has a lot of fans here for the Copperheads tonight, and they are getting loud. One of the louder crowds we've seen so far this year. 1-2 pitches high and inside, and the count will move 2-2.
Yeah, this stadium is pretty symmetrical when it comes to its outfield dimensions. 340 down the left field and right field line, 380 in the power alleys, and then 405 to dead center.
Very well balanced field as Darrell Hicks will wind and deliver this 2-2 pitch into the dirt to Regan, and the count is full to Connor Regan.
And pretty well nestled within the athletic complex of Ohio University. Softball field just beyond the right field wall. A little more beyond that, you see the Convocation Center, the home of the men's and women's basketball programs here at Ohio University.
And the payoff pitch is inside for a ball to Regan, so Regan will take his spot at first base for the Scouts' first base runner of this game.
Heck, we can even see some of the light standards out in the distance to our right of the football stadium, and then out towards left field, student housing, buildings. Very lovely campus here at Ohio University.
It is a home away from home, and up for the Scouts now is Ben Bills, the third baseman for your Scouts tonight. Bills also pitches as he fouls this one off the right field line, and over there's a first baseman, Holla, but that one goes out of play. They thought they might have been able to make a play on it. Holla and Cesaro, the second baseman, they are unable to. That will just go down as a strike to Ben Bills.
And you got to be getting a kick out of this because you are currently an OU student. This place holds a very special place in your heart. I mean, this has to be pretty cool for you, right, Riley?
It's very cool, you know, calling a game in my home away from home and a place that has been home the past 2 years, past 2 school years, and it's just a very special place in my heart. And now I get to call a game in there in the baseball stadium. It's very unique. It's very cool, and I'm excited to be here today, partner. Excited you're here with me as Ben Bills will foul that one off, and count will move 0-2 to Ben Bills.
Now, this will be interesting because I'm used to seeing Ben Bills on the mound. This is the first time that I get to see Bills as a batter. So hopefully he can make an impact tonight with a baseball bat.
And Bills, as my partner just said, is a pitcher. Last time up on the mound, threw a 7-inning gem. Only allowed a couple runs in that win against the Hamilton Joes, and was even our player of the game after pitching such a game. Went 7 innings. Very good pitcher is Ben Bills from Nyack College as he awaits the 0-2. He grounds it out to shortstop. Weisenseal to the second, and the throw to first is not in time, so they get Regan at second. Unable to get Bills at first, so mark that down as a fielder's choice for Bills as a 6-4 put out. To get the first out of the inning did the Copperheads. And Jarrett Lindsay, the catcher, coming up to the plate now for the Scouts. Oh, Felix King, my apologies, the first baseman. Felix King will be making his way up to the plate for the Scouts now. Felix King hit a 3-run home run not too long ago. The first pitch to King is low and away, but called a strike by our home plate umpire, so Felix King will go down 0-1 in the count.
I was in the same traveling van with Mr. King on our way to Athens today, and you know, he's a big guy. Big guys need space. Didn't have a lot of space to work with during the trip. He had a heck of a time trying to stay comfortable in that van.
And the 0-1 to King is outside. Count will even at 1-1. King. King this year batting .211 with a home run and 6 RBIs, so very productive hitter here for the Scouts so far this year.
He's definitely got pop in that bat. If you can deliver that pop with a little more consistency, boy, that'd be a really big boom for the Scouts offense.
Bills acts like he's going, and the pitch to King is called a strike, so count will move 1-2 to King. Bills occupying first base out there as Daryl Hicks looking around his infield will take them out again. The Scouts will look to try to chip into this lead a little bit with the runner on first. They are very aggressive on the base paths. King swung on and misses this one for strike 3, and that will be 2 outs now here in the top half of the second for the Scouts. As now the catcher, Jarrett Lindsay, will make his way to the plate.
Boy, on that last pitch, it looked like King was geared up for a fastball that time, but looked as though that the right-hander, Daryl Hicks, broke out the hook. That's why King flailed that one for strike 3.
Jarrett Lindsay coming to the plate now, batting .267 so far this year for the Scouts as he's been splitting roles at catching with Truman Brown and Connor Regan. Even saw a little action at first base against Licking County last Tuesday. So Lindsay here, take that first pitch in for a strike. A nice breaking ball again from Daryl Hicks, and we're seeing Daryl Hicks exhibit a lot of that breaking stuff so far against the Scouts.
He's getting ahead of hitters, and it may sound trite, but pitchers that get ahead, it just makes things so much more easier for you when you're out there on the mound.
0-1 to Lindsay has looked on and called a strike again. Lindsay did nothing but breaking balls here in this at-bat, and Daryl Hicks up 0-2 on him.
Well, the best thing that Jared Lindsay can do, at the very least, is just put together a good at-bat here. Make Daryl Hicks throw a lot of pitches. You don't want him to have an easy time out there on the mound. Make him work out there.
Daryl Hicks comes set at the rubber. Bill's over at first. Lindsay called strike 3 on Lindsay. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning. So the Scouts able to get a base runner, but nothing going for the Scouts in that inning. And we'll be back with some action in the bottom half of the second here in Athens, Ohio. The Copperheads up 2-0 on your Xenia Scouts, and you're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here to Athens, Ohio. We have some Xenia Scouts action as the Copperheads find themselves ahead of the Scouts 2-0 here in the bottom half of the second. I'm Riley Harshman. My partner tonight is Charlie Danis. We're bringing you here another game of some Xenia Scouts baseball. And coming up for the Southern Ohio Copperheads is the center fielder Mason Nato. As Nato will look to get something going for the Copperheads in the bottom half of the second. Nato this year. Nato batting 125 years. He grounds this one out to first base. King with a diving play, able to throw. Oh, and the throw to Quinones is off, thrown into the dugout, and that is out of play. So that will be the second base will be given to Mason Nato there. What a play there by Felix King, though, partner.
Oh, it was a great play by King, stretching out to his right, making the diving stop. But again, the problem was not being able to complete the throw over to first. I don't know if Quinones was a little bit late getting over there or the throw was too high or what, but the throw was offline. Goes into the Scouts' dugout, and as a result, Copperheads have a runner in scoring position once again.
Joey Weisensteel coming up for the Copperheads now, the shortstop today. So that pitch is a wild pitch from Quinones, and Nato will find himself at third. So already a runner 90 feet away from scoring, and we've only seen 2 pitches this inning.
Well, and Riley, even though the Scouts team hasn't played a game in a couple days due to rain, I'm seeing a carryover effect from that game that they played against Licking County, in which they committed 7 errors in the field. The ball is just being thrown around in the yard so far by Xenia. They really got to tighten up defensively if they want to make this a ball game.
As Quinones delivers the 1-0 pitch, this one is low, so 2-0 to Weisensteel. And partner with the dugouts, the way they are open and facing the field, you know, the Scouts aren't really used to that. That's one thing that has caused these first 2 throwing errors at Grady's Field. Those probably would have just hit up against the fence. And as this ball is driven by Weisensteel out in the left center gap, Murray with the sliding catch. What a play by Murray. Tagging is Nato, so Nato will score on that. But what a catch there by Cam Murray.
Great catch by Cam Murray. We're used to seeing him play in center field. He's got the speed to be a center fielder, but that time making a great play out there in left field. Made the catch near the edge of the track. Nice sliding grab by the Youngstown State product.
It's a good play there by Cam Murray, but scoring on the play is Nato. So score here in Athens, Ohio is 3-0 in favor of the Copperheads as Quinones now going to work with the empty base paths. As he will face the top of the order, Ty Sunken. First pitch is called a strike to Sunken, and Sunken his last time up walked and scored. Quinones here will look to avoid walking players as the second pitch from Quinones is swung on and missed, so Sunken finding himself down 0-2 here early in this count.
Now we're playing a doubleheader here today because these 2 teams were supposed to play yesterday in Xenia as that ball's down low. And the rule is around the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League, whenever you have a game rained out, the very next time that those 2 supposed teams get together, you play a doubleheader in order to make up that previous game that you had rained out or postponed for whatever reason.
Count is now 2-2 to Sunken as Quinones delivered 2 pitches low and in the dirt. So count now 2-2 to Sunken. Quinones delivers the 2-2 pitch. This one is outside, and the count is now full. And partner, Quinones starting out this count 0-2, and then quickly it has gone full.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something mechanically, if he's still overthrowing, but the control issues continue to really come to the surface here for Diego.
Diego eyeing in for a sign from Jarrett Lindsay. Will start his windup and deliver the 3-2 pitch. That ball is low. And Sunken will take another walk as he is 0 for 0 on the day, and he will take his spot at first base with 1 out here in the bottom half of the second as Cesaro, the second baseman, will make his way to the plate, and he walked his last time up as well and scored.
Only an inning and a third pitched by Quinones, and he already has 4 walks. That's not a good recipe for success out there on the mound.
Quinones eyes down Sunken over at first. First pitch to Cesaro is outside, and the count will move 1-0 to Cesaro. Quinones eyeing down, Sunken over at first. He throws over to first, and nothing going over there. So,
boy, if there was ever a time to get a ground ball, this would be it. Getting that ground ball would allow the Scouts to get out of this inning and perhaps give a little more confidence to Diego.
Diego's 1-0 pitch is high and outside to Cesaro, and the count is now 2-0.
Now, Diego, we met him during training camp, and as you mentioned, partner, he hails from the Bronx in New York. Got to be tough. You got to be strong in order to grow up in a neighborhood like the Bronx.
As a pickoff move from Quinones is past Felix King, and Sunken will take his spot at second. He's rounding going to third, and he will halt that. So another error there from the Scouts as got an E1 throwing in your scorebooks there at home as Diego now has a runner on second with 1 out. He's facing Tom Cesaro of the Copperheads, and Cesaro batting .458 on the year, 4 RBIs. So this is not the guy you want up with a runner in scoring position if you're Quinones.
3 errors already for Xenia. Ugh.
The 2-0 is in there for a strike to Cesaro, so count will go 2-1. Diego will be looking to come back here as he needs to get something going out here on the mound as he's been inconsistent so far. Quinones eyeing down, sunk in at second. Will deliver this pitch. This is driven out to right field. Boswell under it. Will make the play, and Sunken will stay there at second as the Scouts now have 2 down here in the bottom half of the second. Good piece of hitting by Zazar, but just right to right fielder Carter Boswell as Zuberer, the DH, will make his way to the plate. And Zuberer had an infield single his last time up. Advanced to second on the throwing air from Bacon.
Yeah, Zazaro and Zuber.
A lot of Z's.
Yes, the killer Z's. You know, we have to say the killer B's.
Killer Z's.
This year, Southern Ohio, they've had counted upon the killer Z's to do a lot of their heavy lifting offensively.
That first pitch to Zuberer is fouled off. Look how move 0-1 to Zuberer.
Yeah, Zuberer's been hitting at a pretty good clip. Not a lot of extra base hits, though. Only got 2 doubles and 2 homers. Does have 9 knocked in. Looking to add number 10 to the resume here.
This one's fouled off down to the dugout, and the Scouts having to dance a little bit to avoid that ball down there in the dugout. But nonetheless, the count is 0-2 to Zuberer, and Quinones will be looking to get out of this inning here.
And that's one of the main reasons why you don't see dugouts open like that, where it doesn't have a protected fencing in front of it. I mean, you really got to keep your eye on the ball for the game. Otherwise, it might clock you in the head.
As the 0-2 from Quinones is swung on and popped up to the second baseman, Bacon. Bacon camping under it and will make the play. That is the 3rd out of the inning. There's a pop out to Bacon. So Copperhead scoring another run there off 1 hit. Leave a guy on, and so now the Copperheads lead your Xenia Scouts 3-0 here, and we'll be back with the top half of the 3rd where your Scouts will get the bats out. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back to Athens, Ohio, as your Xenia Scouts find themselves behind the Southern Ohio Copperheads 3-0 here in the top half of the 3rd. Michael Darrell Hicks is still on the hill for the Copperheads, and Darrell Hicks has been very good so far against the Scouts. Yet to allow a hit, setting down the Scouts pretty easily in order, only allowed 1 walk. He's got 4 strikeouts, and he's only seen 7 batters.
Yeah, he's been very, very sharp. Scouts have they at least got to put a base runner on board. Make the tall right-hander out there think about it. Think about it a little bit.
Zach Bacon is the hitter. The second baseman will get his first time up, and he fouls off that first pitch. After Bacon's at bat, I'll give you guys this editions of Scouts Baseball's trivia question. After the culmination of Bacon's at bat and 0-1 to Bacon is in there on the outside corner, first strike. So Bacon finds himself down 0-2.
And you know what? For a big, tall guy like Michael Darrell Hicks, 6'5", 230, he's got a very smooth delivery towards home plate. He's got a high leg kick.
This pitch is low and away to Bacon. Count 1-2.
And no crossbody action or anything like that. Pretty much over the top. His mechanics, they've been flawless so far tonight.
Darrell Hicks winds in, delivers the 1-2 to Bacon. Bacon swung on, missed, tagged out for the drop 3rd strike, and that'll be the 5th strikeout of the day for Darrell Hicks. As Bacon will go back to the dugout. No Orlando, the shortstop, will make his way to the plate. And while I can, I will try to give you guys the trivia question today.
I'm excited.
So I should have done something Mike Schmidt because we're at OU, but I didn't. So here is the question. Cal Ripken Jr., who is known for playing more consecutive games than any other player in the history of baseball. His 2,632 game consecutive play streak ended against which team in 1998 as the first pitch to Orlando is a strike? So your options for that, who did Cal Ripken's consecutive game streak end against? Was it A, the Boston Red Sox, B, the New York Yankees, C, the Chicago Cubs, or D, the Montreal Expos?
I'm going to have to think about that.
And that answer will come in the bottom half of the third. My partner's going to have to think about it. Noah Orlando tapping that plate as he has an 0-1 count here against Michael Darrell Hicks. And that's a nice breaking ball from Darrell Hicks into the strike zone as Orlando finds himself down 0-2.
And there have been a lot of counts like that for Darrell Hicks. 0-1, 0-2, getting ahead of hitters. He's been hitting the spots so far tonight.
Darrell Hicks will look to try to end Orlando on strikes. Orlando calling time here. Didn't like how long Darrell Hicks was taking, but we've seen a lot of good setup breaking balls from Darrell Hicks so far this game, too.
You know, we've also been singing the praises of Noah Orlando a lot. Obviously, he has a lot to offer for the Scouts in the field with his glove, but he's really been an asset for this club in the number 9 hole.
As he grounds this one out to short and bumbled a little bit there by Weisenseal, and safe is Orlando. So Orlando getting on base via the fielding error, I believe, from Weisenseal. And the Scouts have a little base runner here. It's Cam Murray, the leadoff hitter, makes his way to the plate.
And that's all the Scouts really need, just a guy to get on base, try to throw off the timing a little bit of Darrell Hicks, give him something else to think about out there on the mound. So now we go back to the top half of the order for the Scouts. Let's see if they can string together some hits here and possibly get on the board.
As my partner said earlier, Cam Murray coming into this game is batting .500, has a home run, a couple RBIs. So Murray looking here as he squares for a bunt but pulls it back as the count is now 1-0 to Murray.
And they brought the third baseman in on that play just on the edge of the grass. So obviously the Copperheads know the scouting report for a player like Murray. He is always willing to test the infield defense with his speed and try to get on with a bunt if possible.
Murray here squares for the bunt, pulls back as Orlando stealing on the play, and he is called out at second. Caught stealing is Orlando as Johnson there with a very good arm, able to get Orlando out. And we know this team is very athletic and likes to steal bases a lot. Not successful there as the pitch to Murray was high and inside. So Murray up 2-0 in his count. We got 2 outs here.
I felt like Orlando didn't get as good a jump as he could have gotten over there at first base, which allowed plenty of time for the catcher to nail him down there at second base. Bubba Case is not afraid to be aggressive, particularly on the base pass. Heck, we saw a player steal home recently.
As that pitch to Murray is low and away, and Murray will have a 3-0 count now.
And Orlando has done a nice job with stolen base attempts so far. He just came up short that time.
Darrell Hicks working from the windup will deliver to Murray here. That pitch is called a ball by the home plate umpire, so Murray will now find himself on first base with 2 outs here in the top half of the third. And Boswell, right fielder, will make his way to the right-handed batter's box. He flew out to right field his last time up.
Lights already turned on here in Athens just to try to improve the visibility a little bit. And as you mentioned, Riley, good crowd here on hand tonight.
Throw over to first base is not in time as Murray makes it back standing up.
You know, if you're in the Athens area and you're wanting to get your weekend off to a good start, what better way than to take in a doubleheader of baseball? For free, by the way.
For free is a little bit of overcast here in Athens. As Boswell fouls this one off behind the plate, and the count will move 0-1 to Boswell. And as I'm looking around us, partner, coming from behind us are some pretty dark clouds, so we will keep you guys updated on how the weather is moving here.
Well, you and I were talking before the game. You know, realistically, it'd be nice if we could get at least one game in, half of the games of today's doubleheader. Let's see if we can at least do that.
Mother Nature will hold off for some baseball as the 0-1 to Boswell is in there for a strike. So Boswell now down 0-2 in this count to Darrell Hicks. And Darrell Hicks, as you said, partner, another 0-2 count.
Inside, outside, fastball, breaking stuff. it's all been working for Daryl Hicks. All his catcher has to do is just put the glove in a specific spot, and chances are he'll hit the target.
Daryl Hicks delivered the 0-2. That one's low and away for Boswell, and Boswell close to 1-2 count here. We'll try to come back.
Well, the thought process for Boswell in this spot should be okay, he's got to deliver a strike. He should come with a fastball, but you definitely have to be leery of that breaking pitch, particularly with the slider going to the outside corner. Let's see what he does here.
Daryl Hicks comes set, leg kick and delivers. Murray going on the pitch, but it doesn't matter as Boswell swings on and misses that one for the third out of this inning and the sixth strikeout for Daryl Hicks today. So Xenia Scouts there, they're able to get a couple base runners, but nothing really going as they don't score a run. They leave one man on base. And we'll be back with the bottom half of the third when the Copperheads come to the plate. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you can see on the live stream, you see they are setting the tarp out here on the pitcher's mound. I'm sure the one for home plate and the rest of the field is coming soon as those clouds are moving in mightily quickly here, partners. We're looking at them.
I mean, Riley, it's kind of scary in a way. I mean, this looks like a scene from like a monster movie if you're like traveling in like the woods of Transylvania. Like I'm looking overhead right now, and the blue skies are rapidly being replaced by these dark, gray, ominous clouds.
Yeah.
And I have never seen cloud coverage move in as quickly as I'm seeing it right now. It's coming in directly behind us. We knew that a storm cell would be coming through here. We saw rain. We saw a lot of lightning on our way here to Athens today, and looks like we're in for more of the rough stuff. I mean, I'm looking at the skies, and I continue to get more and more scared. I mean, it's rather odd.
These clouds really moved in quickly, like that we could barely see them coming over the awning here that last inning we were calling, and now they have consumed the sky that we can see as they continue to do so. They're just moving at a
And by the way,
pace.
I give the field crew here at the ballpark a lot of credit. They are not messing around. They've already covered up the pitcher's mound, and they're in the process of rolling the tarp. So looks like we're going to be delayed once again.
So, folks, while we're on delay, we will go on a break. We will try to give you guys updates and news as soon as we know them. Try to stick to our Twitter as we'll try to update that as well. So, the score here after 3.5 innings is 3-0 in favor of the Copperheads. So, if we do continue this game, we'll come back with the Copperheads in the bottom half of the third. Stay on this live stream if you want. Stick to Twitter. Just please keep yourself updated as we will try to keep you guys updated as we go through this delay. And you're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on Xenia Scouts Radio Network. For me, I'm Riley Harshman. My partner, Charlie Danis. We'll try to give you guys baseball if we can. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Athens, Ohio, Bob Wren Stadium, where we're about to get baseball going again here after about a 2-hour delay. You know, we had a lot of rain, we had a lot of lightning and thunder that has been causing this delay, but it seems to have subsided for now. We're about to try to finish this game. The Scouts were behind on the Southern Ohio Copperheads 3-0. Diego Quinone is still on the mound out there. So, Charlie, what do you got to do as a player after going through a delay like this?
Well, you just got to try to stay loose as much as possible. They had multiple times to warm up during this long delay. And I'm sure the players feel really good about getting back on the field and not having to stay cooped up there below the dugout. I mean, it was strange, Riley. It came, the weather pattern came in very quickly. Then you had rain. Then you had lightning. Yeah, we saw a couple rainbows, actually, which was pretty sweet. And we thought that we were going to get started. Then we saw more lightning twice. So that kind of held things up a little bit. So I think now the question becomes, do you just settle for the one game here today and then try to have the other game settled at a later date? Or do you actually try to fit in the doubleheader? Because remember, these two teams were supposed to fit in a doubleheader today. They were supposed to play each other yesterday, and that did not come to fruition because we had bad weather in Xenia. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle things from here on out.
And again, we'll let you guys know the answers to those questions Charlie just posed for us when we know those answers. But it looks like we're about to get back started here, and we left off in the bottom half of the third. The Scouts were just up. And now Diego Quinones will retake the mound, and he will face Blaine Krim, the third baseman. Krim, his last time up, flew out to center. So Diego there before the delay was struggling with control. Let's see if that delay helped him or hurt him. As he delivers the first pitch to Krim, that ball is up high for a ball.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, Riley. Either he had too much time to think about it, stew over it, or that rain delay could have cleared his mind a little bit.
Krim drives one out to deep center. Welch under it and makes the grab. What a play, over-the-shoulder play there by Welch. And Krim will have his second fly out to center on the night. So one out here for the Scouts. Quinone is only throwing 2 pitches and getting his first out. He hasn't done that yet, so a good start here for Quinones as Blake Holland, the first baseman, will make his way to the plate. And Blake flew out to right field his last time up. Quinones winding and delivering here. That ball's up high. And, you know, before the delay, I gave you guys the trivia questions, so I will try to revisit that here because Diego working quickly here. This pitch is chopped up to Diego, and he tags out. Holland there at first. Holland thought it hit off the plate, causing a foul ball, but it did not. So that's going to be a ground out right there. Second out of the inning for Diego, and Diego working quickly here.
Well, that's good to see that he gets 2 quick outs. I'll reestablish the
second out of the inning for Diego, and Diego working quickly here.
Well, that's good to see that he gets 2 quick outs. I'll reestablish the confidence for him a little bit. And, you know, like we kept saying, there's plenty of baseball left to be played. The question for the Scouts is going to be whether or not they can break through against the right-hander, Daryl Hicks.
And Casterly up to the plate now. And the first pitch to him is a ball low and away. Quinones delivers the 1-0, and that is up high and away. So 2-0 quickly here to Casterly. And that trivia question was, Cal Ripken Jr. had played in 2,000 consecutive games as Quinones delivers a strike. Played in 2,632 consecutive games, and that streak ended against which team in 1998? The options were, as Casterly swings on and misses that one, count 2-2. Those options are A, Boston Red Sox, B, the New York Yankees, C, the Chicago Cubs, and D, the Montreal Expos. As Quinones delivers the 2-2 pitches, is driven out to center. Graham Welch under it and will make the play. So 1-2-3 there for Diego coming out of the.
How about we give the answer to the trivia question in the next inning?
Okay, we'll give you guys the answer to that trivia question in the top of the next inning, and you're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. got a new pitcher, Austin Weaver, number 15. Thank you.
Now announced for your Copperheads from St. Edward's University, number 15, Austin Weaver.
Interesting. Okay.
You would be correct. All right. We're not doing upstairs. Mike is running out of buttons. Would rather.
You want to come back? Welcome back here, guys, to Athens, Ohio. Here at Bob Brand Stadium, as the Scouts still trail the Copperheads 3-0. As you guys may know, we suffered a 2-hour delay due to the inclement weather here in the Athens area, and we are back again. And taking the mound now for the Southern Ohio Copperheads is Austin Weaver, 6'0", 205-pound right-handed pitcher from St. Edward's University. He's native to Georgetown, Texas. Will be taking the hill after Michael Darrell Hicks had a very impressive first 3 innings against the Scouts. So what do you make of this substitution here, partner?
Well, oftentimes when you get involved with baseball games that have hour and a half, 2-hour plus rain delays, sometimes the managers make the decision to pull the pitcher. You know, it's a long season. I know it's a relatively short season, at least here in the GL, SEL, compared to other leagues, but you're trying to conserve your pitchers as much as you can. And, you know, for after him sitting for that long, as that pitch is taken for a ball, you know, you're just trying to protect your starting pitcher. So maybe this might open the door for a possible comeback by the Scouts. You never know.
So Austin Weaver here delivering the 1-0 to Graham Welch, and Welch fouls that one off. The count now 1-1 to Graham Welch, and Welch struck out looking his last time up. But that was almost that was more than 2.5 hours ago. So Welch here will look to get something going for the Scouts as the 1-1 is in there for a strike.
And by the way, Michael Darrell Hicks was utterly dominant. 3 innings, no runs, no hits, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts.
As the 1-2 to Welch, that one is up high. The count will even at 2-2 here to Welch, the center fielder today for the Scouts, in case you all forgot. On deck for the Scouts is Connor Regan, who is the designated hitter today. And as we learned, Connor Regan last summer played for the Copperheads, so a little return here for Regan as that 2-2 pitch to Welch is up high and away for a ball.
And one of his Wright State teammates plays here too, Kyle Casserly, an infielder.
Who's actually playing right field today is Casserly, as Welch drives one out there to right field. Caught by Casserly, as we just mentioned him. That'll be the first out of the inning for the Scouts. So one down here in the top of the 4th as Connor Regan makes his way to the plate.
Batting from Wright State, number 6.
And Regan walked in his last at-bat.
And Riley, I think we have a trivia question that we
yes,
must answer.
The answer is who, as the first pitch to Regan, is in there for a strike. But so 2,632 consecutive games played for Cal Ripken. Which team did he play against, or, well, didn't play against in 1998 that ended that streak? 32 consecutive games played for Cal Ripken. Which team did he play against, or, well, didn't play against in 1998 that ended that streak? As Regan grounds this one to the shortstop, and Weisenseal unable to field that one, and that'll be a error on Weisenseal, and Connor Regan will find his way on first base. So, partner, who do you think? Who was it between the Red Sox, the Yankees, Cubs, and the Expos?
I'm going to go with Montreal.
You will be incorrect if you say your favorite New York Yankees.
Oh, shoot.
Who he played against.
Shoot.
And that streak of Cals began in 1982 and ended on September 20th voluntarily in 1998. And you know who had that previous consecutive games record before Ripken was
The Iron Horse.
The Iron
Lou
Horse,
Gehrig.
a very famous Yankee, and Lou Gehrig. So Ben Bill's up to the plate now for the Scouts. I believe he took a ball already.
And I don't think that streak, consecutive games played, is ever going to be broken, at least during our lifetimes. And we're still young bucks. to put that in perspective.
As Bills takes a strike there, count on 1 to Bills. I agree, partner. You just don't see guys playing every day like that anymore. And it was something that Lou Gehrig loved to do, something Cal loved to do. Not that these guys nowadays, as that ball's in the dirt for a ball. It's not like these guys nowadays don't love to play. It's just not quite smart to play every day because of the risks that come in with playing a major league sport every day.
The players themselves, particularly at the major league level, much more athletic than their contemporaries, although the old timers will say, oh, we were still better, as that pitch is fouled back to the screen. The athletes are better, but we've seen an uptick, it seems like, in injuries. You know, it used to be that guys would be willing to play more through hamstrings. There was no such thing as an oblique strain. That's an injury that you often see in Major League Baseball, so that's fouled back towards us. So I think, given the fact that there are much more injuries, much more players are injury prone, you know, you're not going to see guys play consecutive seasons, all 162 games. It's too hard.
That ball's in the dirt to Bills, and Regan will take second on the wild pitch there. So the Scouts have a runner in scoring position and a full count here to Ben Bills.
Well, all Bills has to do now is try to find a patch of grass and get a hit right here, get the Scouts on the board, and let the comeback begin.
So Bills here with the full count. Bills goes to Nyack College for his school ball. As we said earlier in the broadcast, Ben Bills pitched a 7-inning gem last Sunday against the Joes in the win.
I wonder if his teammates at Nyack College nickname him Double B just for the heck of it.
As this pitch to Bills is in the dirt, and he will take his base at first. So Scouts have 2 base runners on here in the 4th, I should say, as Felix King makes his way to the plate.
Now, this is a big spot right here. We've seen King exhibit some power with the bat. Now he's got a couple runners on here with only 1 out here in the top half of the 4th inning. I mean, he could tie this game with 1 swing if he wanted to. You know, you just get the feeling with this new pitcher on the mound, with Darrell Hicks out of the ballgame for Southern Ohio. Now the momentum is starting to swing slowly but surely back to Xenia.
And Diego had that quick 1-2-3 inning there in the bottom half of the 3rd, coming back from the delay. So Xenia definitely on the up here, as Felix King will take this first pitch in there for a strike. So King will start behind in the count 0-1. Weaver still doing a good job of getting those first pitch strikes, as Darrell Hicks was in the first few innings. Weaver coming set now. Eyes down Regan at second. That ball is outside. Count leaving at 1-1 here to Felix King.
Now here's the question. Is Coach Cates going to gamble once again and put those runners in motion? He is not afraid to put multiple runners in motion on the base pass.
The 1-1 pitch is in there for a strike against King. You're absolutely right about Coach Cates wanting his team to be aggressive on the base paths, especially with Felix King, the right-handed batter, in there. Makes it very hard for that catcher to get around him and in between the batter and the umpire for that throw to third. As the 1-2 is low to Felix King, and the count will go 2 to the Scouts' first baseman. Bills on first, Regan on second, 1 out here for the Scouts in the top half of the 4th.
There's a big hole on the right side of the infield between the first baseman and the second baseman.
That ball is outside and low, so this count will go full to Felix King, as King will try to get on base any way he can here with Jarrett Lindsey on deck.
And remember this too, and this goes not only for this inning but basically for the rest of the game. What happens when balls get hit out to the outfield with all the rain that we took? How slippery is it going to be out there for the outfielders?
Felix King will take that ball outside for a walk, so bases are juiced here for the Scouts in the top half of the 4th with 1 out, as Jarrett Lindsey will make his way to the plate.
Now, Jarrett Lindsey has had a rough night in terms of trying to keep balls in front of him. Diego Quinones on the mound, struggling obviously with his command. Boy, it would be sweet right here to see Jarrett just crank one right here, driving a couple runs. Definitely would make his night feel a little better.
Big spot here for the Scouts as Lindsey swings on and misses that one for the first strike of the at-bat.
And he was thinking, you know, long ball, I'm going to hit this over the left field wall with that big swing right there. Got to stay within himself, look for another pitch to hit, and got to put this ball in play.
As the 0-1 to Lindsay. It's in the dirt. Blocked very well there by Johnson, the catcher for the Copperheads, and this count will move to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Meanwhile, if you're Weaver right here, it's been Strugglesville in terms of the command. At some point, he's going to have to throw a ball over the plate. The question is, where is it going to be located?
He leg kicks and delivers. Lindsay with another big swing, but nothing there. The count will move to 1-2 on Lindsay.
Looks like Weaver is depending upon the fastball, particularly in this at-bat. Again, it's important for Lindsay to at least try to put the ball in play.
Weaver shaking off a couple signs here. Will come set Lindsay in a big spot here at the 1-2 pitch. That ball's high, so the count will even at 2-2. You know, Felix King and Ben Bills both started out behind in their accounts and ended up with a walk, so we'll see what Lindsay can do here as his count is 2-2. Weaver coming set and delivers. That ball's in the dirt, so we'll see another full count here from Austin Weaver. Fourth one of this inning.
Well, logic would dictate right here that Weaver's got to come with a fastball. He's got to throw it over the plate. Lindsay has got to pick a certain spot of that strike zone, and if that pitch is in that spot, he's got to swing at it.
Weaver coming set here and delivering. And Lindsay called strike 3, was about to take his trot down to first base, and will find his spot on the bench now as he gets a backwards K in the scorebook. And there are 2 outs here for the Scouts offensive in the bottom half of the 4th as Bacon, the second baseman, makes his way to the plate. He struck out his last time up. So bases loaded here with 2 outs for the Scouts to see if they can try to score at least 1 run here, or the Copperheads could shut them down after getting into this jam.
Tough break for Lindsay right there. Took a pitch for a called strike right there on the outside corner.
As Bacon takes a ball. So tough call by Lindsay there, but he is the catcher. He's going to have to remember that spot and possibly use it for his own pitcher later in this game, as a 1-0 pitch to Bacon is low and away, so Bacon will have a favorable hitter's count here as he is up 2-0.
Well, and Zach only has 1 hit on the season. Looking for hit number 2 right here.
And a big spot is Bacon, the 2-0 pitch. That's low as well, so the count will move 3-0 to Bacon.
Here's the question. Is Coach Cates going to give Bacon the hold sign, or is he going to let the big fella swing away?
Count is 3-0 to Bacon. Leg kick and delivers does Weaver. That ball is in there for a strike.
I think the take sign was on at that point.
Count 3-1 to Bacon, especially with Weaver struggling with his command right now. No Orlando on deck for the Scouts. He would like an opportunity to get a hit in this situation as Bacon's 3-1 pitch outside, so Weaver's going to walk in a run here. Everyone moving around. Bacon will take first base, and the Scouts have 1 run here in the top half of the 4th. It's getting nice and dark here in Athens, Ohio, partly due to the sun going down, mainly due to the storm clouds surrounding us here at Bob Wren Stadium.
And thank goodness we have lights. But good at bat right there by Bacon, waiting out Weaver, allowing a run to come home. Now let's see what Noah Orlando can do right here. We've seen him do some very good things with the bat so far here in 2018. It's quite the luxury to have a hitter like Orlando in that 9-hole. It's like having another leadoff hitter that can instantly flip the lineup for you.
As Orlando fouls that first pitch off. And, you know, partners, you were talking there, I noticed that the rain has commenced again here in Athens. So these guys are playing under some rain right now. So anything in the infield is fair game. As Orlando takes that pitch for a strike, so count 0-2 to Orlando.
And remember, too, this is a natural field. Real grass, real dirt. They don't have the luxury of playing on turf like we do back in Xenia. Now Orlando's got to bear down right here.
0-2 to Orlando. That ball's inside. Count will move 1-2 to Orlando. It was a close pitch, but to Orlando's benefit there. You know, when it gets rainy like this, it becomes a lot harder to field the ball. It's a lot harder to throw the ball because it does get wet. So we'll see if Orlando can put the ball in play, get something going. But he will not. He will look at that pitch for a strike. Strike 3 on Orlando looking. So that will end the Scouts' offensive there as they score 1 run on 1 hit. Couple walks in there, leave 3 men on base in the Scouts will look to keep up the good defensive work out of the delay here. And we'll come back with you the bottom half of the fourth. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Well, welcome back here to Athens, Ohio. Here at Bob Brent Stadium for some GLSCL action. Rain is still sprinkling a little bit here in Athens as Diego retakes the hill in the bottom half of the fourth here for the Scouts. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Copperheads, and the Scouts able to get one run last inning, so lead is now 3-1 as Bobby Johnson fouls that one way out down the left field foul area. So 0-1 now to Bobby Johnson.
And during this inning, we'll get you caught up with scores around the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League.
Diego eyes in for a sign. Will work very quick for the windup here. As he delivers that pitch in the dirt. Count will move 1-1 here to Johnson. Diego wiping that ball off on his pants. Got to think it's a little dirty, a little wet after that pitch. As this one is fouled into the ground, so count will move 1-2 to Bobby Johnson.
If you're a pitcher out there in the rain, your number one issue is grip. Got to try to keep that baseball as dry as you can. That way you can grip the seams or the baseball depending upon what type of pitch you plan on throwing.
Diego slams the ball into his glove and begins his windup. This pitch is in the dirt, so count will move 2-2 here to the catcher, Bobby Johnson. Diego coming set, ready to begin his windup. The 2-2 pitch from Diego. Swung on, fouled off behind the plate, so count still 2-2 here to Bobby Johnson. Johnson occupying that right-handed batter's box. Bobby Johnson batting 182 on the year coming into the night. He almost swings at that one, but called a ball by the umpire. Johnson holding back his swing, and now the count will go full to Johnson. Rain starting to pick up a little bit here again in Athens. As that pitch is outside, so Diego will walk the first batter of the inning after being ahead 1-2 on him. So Bobby Johnson will find his way to first base.
Now batting from Penn State, number 18.
Well, Riley, I can go ahead and give you some scores around the Great Lakes Collegiate League. First off, St. Clair and Lake Erie, they weren't able to finish their game today. Their game got suspended due to rain. Oh, I don't know where we've heard that one before in the Midwest. Top half of the sixth in Richmond, the Jazz leading the Steam 3-2. And I'll get you some scores after this next pitch.
Mason Nadeau up now for the Copperheads. Diego delivers a ball.
I'll get you some scores after this next pitch.
Mason Nadeau up now for the Copperheads. Diego delivers a ball in the dirt. Nadeau, ball one.
We had a cup canceled due to weather. Licking County was supposed to take on Galleon, but that game did not pan out. Same thing with Irish Hills, who was set to host Lima.
Diego eyes down. Bobby Johnson over there first. Comes set and delivers to Nadeau. Nadeau delivers a pop fly out to right field. Boswell getting under it, and it will go foul. So strike one there to Mason Nadeau.
And we aren't the only teams that are attempting to play a doubleheader. And we aren't the only teams that are attempting to play a doubleheader tonight. Earlier today, Hamilton taking care of business against Grand Lake 4-1. Right now in the second game, they're in the bottom half of the first at Hamilton. Grand Lake holding a 1-0 lead in that game. And let's see here. Cincinnati and Richmond, by the way, are scheduled to play a second game tonight. And then finally, bottom half of the fifth, and Saginaw, the Sugar Beets, leading the Muskegon Clippers in that one, 6-1. So we weren't the only ones around the Great Lakes Summer Collegiate League that were affected by rain today.
As I'm not sure what was happening there with NATO, but he broke his bat. So NATO getting a new bat and making his way back to the plate. Count is 1-1 to NATO. Johnson gets his lead from first. Quinones comes set at the hill. Leg kick and fires. Does Quinones. That ball's inside. So count will move 2-1 here to NATO. Center fielder.
You know, the rain is definitely coming down when you look towards the lights and you see raindrops coming down steadily. And it's starting to increase a little bit here.
So the Scouts and Copperheads getting wet here. This one's popped up in the infield. Orlando shading under it. Seems he's caught it, and he does. Corrals that one for the first out of the inning. So NATO will go down on the pop fly to the shortstop, and the shortstop for the Copperheads will make his way to the plate, and Joey Weisenseal. Weisenseal flew out to left field in his last time up.
And, you know, Riley, a lot of these players, collegians, and, of course, right now the College World Series going on over in Omaha.
First pitch from Quinones to Weisenseal is in there for a strike. Count 0-1.
We got a final from the College World Series today. Oregon State all over Mississippi State 12-2. So there's a final for you from Omaha. And there's one other game being played between a pair of SEC teams.
As the 0-1 is in the dirt, count moves to 1-1 here to Weisenseal.
They're in the middle of the second game of the day with the Arkansas Razorbacks leading the Florida Gators 1-0 in that one.
I believe Mississippi State is eliminated from the College World Series after their loss to Oregon State today.
You be correct. Both those games are double elimination games.
And the 1-1 pitch from Quinones was in there for a strike, so Weisenseal finds himself down 1-2 here with one out in the bottom half of the fourth. And again, this game will only be going 7 innings because we're trying to make up the rain out from yesterday for the doubleheader. Quinones strikes out Weisenseal looking there. What a pretty breaking ball there from Quinones for the second out of the inning.
Probably the best pitch of the night by Diego right there. Great breaking ball. There was nothing that Weisenseal could have done with that pitch. Great pitch by Diego Quinones.
Back to the top of the order for the Copperheads as Ty Sunken makes his way to the plate, the left fielder, who's got a pair of walks on the day, so he is 0-for-0.
But the main thing is he's getting on base.
Quinones delivers that pitch is wild and will hit the backstop here as Lindsey rushes back, doesn't want Bobby Johnson to take more than just second base, so Johnson moving to second on the wild pitch. Count 1-0 here to Ty Sunken.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that tonight where pitches get away from Jarrett Lindsey. I think that was a breaking ball that last time right there. And something that Diego has got to keep working on.
Quinones comes set, eyes down Johnson at second. That ball's just a bit outside, and the count will move 2-0 here to Ty Sunken.
So we talked earlier in the broadcast about how Diego's originally from the Bronx. Big, big, big Yankees fan. His family loves the pinstripes. Earlier in the broadcast about how Diego's originally from the Bronx. Big, big, big Yankees fan. His family loves the pinstripes.
That pitch is low and away, and Sunken will boast a 3-0 count here.
And like many Yankees fans, he is a big fan of Aaron Judge. And how can you not be? Unless, of course, you're a Red Sox fan.
Quinones eyeing in for a sign here. Bobby Johnson getting a pretty healthy lead over there at second. Quinones breeze. Oh, a little bunt, squared for a bunt, did Sunken, but pulled it back and called a strike, so count 3-1 here to Sunken.
Very interesting that he would offer with a bunt, 3-0 count, 2 outs with a runner at second. Interesting.
Quinones delivers this one. He swung on, tipped, caught by Lindsey, but count will go full here to Sunken. And Quinones with the opportunity here to get out of this inning. Quinones comes set at the hill. Leg kick and fires. That ball's in the dirt. Sunken will take his place at first, and Tom Cesaro will make his way to the plate for the Copperheads. So it's now Sunken at first, Johnson at second, Cesaro at the plate. Cesaro's 0-for-1 on the day. He walked in and scored in the first and flew out to right field his last time up. Rain still coming down here in Athens. Diego will try to keep that ball dry as he delivers his first pitch to Cesaro, and it is fouled off. So count goes 0-1 to Cesaro.
You know, sometimes when I'm watching a baseball game, I like to look at the uniforms that these teams are wearing. The Scouts decided to go with the, sometimes when I'm watching a baseball game, I like to look at the uniforms that these teams are wearing. The Scouts decided to go with the really sharp powder blue tops with gray pants.
As the 0-1 is in the dirt, count will even at 1-1.
Meanwhile, this is our first time seeing the Copperheads in action, Riley, and they tend to go with an ensemble that includes green and yellow, green jerseys with yellow sleeves, and they also have a really neat-looking hat with an interlocking O and C. Both the letters are yellow, and the hat itself is green.
So 1-1 is in the dirt, so Cesaro has a 2-1 count here. Sun nowhere in sight now here in Athens, Ohio. Storm clouds and have taken over the sky.
Boy, it seems like the state of Ohio has been under a rain cloud for the last week or so.
Quinones fires this one in. This one's high and outside. Count will go 3-1. Felix King is going to call time, try to talk to his hurler, Diego, over here.
And that's being a good teammate right there. King recognizing that Quinones is struggling with control once again, so some words of encouragement. He'll drop back to first now, and hopefully that'll help Diego here a little bit as he attempts to battle back in this at-bat.
Quinones gets his sign. Delivers. This ball is fouled off. This one will go out of play, even though King and Lindsay gave haste to the chase for the ball there, but that ball is way out of play, so count will go full here to Cesaro. 2 outs here in the bottom half of the fourth. Copperheads still lead your Xenia Scouts 3-1. Only 3 total hits in this game. Scouts have 3 errors, and Copperheads have 1 of their own.
What we've seen tonight is pretty interesting. A lot of strikes and a lot of walks.
Quinones here will give a little move to Johnson over there at second, letting them know he still sees them over there.
You see, I find that interesting because, especially at the major league level, that you have the 3 outcomes: strikeout, walk, or home run seemingly every at-bat. We have yet to see the home run.
This ball is grounded up the middle. Orlando will field it. Let's see if his throw is on time to first. And they call him safe, and the Johnson will try to make it home, and he is out at home. Great awareness there by Felix King, not getting the out at first base, but noticing Johnson going for home and getting him out on the throw. So a nice 3-2 put out there to end the inning for the Scouts, and the Copperheads will not score a run there, leave a couple guys on base, get a guy out at home, and the Scouts will bring the bats out in the top half of the fifth. When we come back, you're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here to Athens, Ohio, as we kick off the top half of the fifth with another new pitcher for the Southern Ohio Copperheads, Willie Poe, the 6 foot, 180-pound left-handed pitcher, will now take the hill for the Copperheads. He's a senior at Bellarmine University, native to Louisville, Kentucky, is Willie Poe.
And Poe on the season, 3 games pitched. And in his 5 innings of work, he has given up, let's see here, 2 runs on 6 hits. He has struck out 1 and walked no one. ERA of 3.60.
And to kick off the top half of the 5th offensively for the Scouts is the left fielder tonight, Cameron Murray. Murray today walked and struck out, so for 1 on the day. So he'll take that first pitch outside for a ball. The Youngstown State Penguin boasts a 1-0 count here. We'll try to get something going for the Scouts as they still need to bite into this lead a little bit. That pitch is called a strike to Murray, so count will move to 1-1.
And by the way, close the book on Austin Weaver. Only 1 inning of work, 1 run on 1 hit, which was earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts.
As Murray check swings and fouls that one off. So count now. As the rain is still coming down here.
We are very lucky because we're in a booth. It's actually a pretty interesting setup here in Athens. I'll tell you about it after this pitch.
Post steps off, steps back on. Murray steps away from the batter's box and will find his feet back in there. Murray sporting that open stance. That ball's way outside, so count will leave it at 2-2.
So the way it's set up here, all the way to our right, there's a little bit of a suite area for fans, some tables. In the middle, there's some broadcast booths. And then where we're sitting, to the left of the press box, we got a garage door that opens up.
As Murray is rung up on a pitch he's almost hit by right there. Not liking that. Umpire shaking his head yes at him. Not sure what's going on there. So strikeout looking there for Cam Murray for the first out of this inning.
We got 2 levels of desks here in our little broadcast area near the PA announcer, statistical guys. Luke Sievert's to my left. We got our SID here.
As Boswell drills one out in the left field on the first pitch of his at-bat, so he'll have his first hit of the day there.
So we are very, very lucky to be out of the rain. And, boy, what a good hit right there by Boswell as it gives a chance here for Graham Welch to do some damage.
Graham Welch, as my partner said, will come to the plate. Welch is 0 for 2 on the day. Goes to the University of Texas at Tyler. Does Welch. And, you know, partner, he's got a big gap over there between first and second base.
Oh, I see it.
And a left-handed batter, you're not quite sure why the Copperheads are set up that way, but.
Well, the first baseman is holding Boswell on. That's opening up a lot of room.
As that is fouled off, so count will even at 1-1. But the second baseman is shaded towards second as he now makes a couple steps over towards first, but will make his way back towards second.
That's very true. That's a good observation.
That ball's outside to Welch, so count at 2-1. Usually when a left-handed batter is up and the runner on first, that shortstop shades over to second because he will cover the bag, assuming that a left-handed hitter will pull the ball. As that pitch is in there for a strike, so count will even at 2-2. So very interesting little setup here by the Copperheads.
Well, while we're observing fielders, the center fielder, he's shaded slightly to his right. So not only is there a lot of room on the right side of the infield, there's a lot of room in that right center field gap.
So Welch there, check swinging. Base umpire says he was good on the check swing, so count will go full here to Graham Welch.
And like we said, be interested to see if you send a ball out there in the outfield, do the outfielders slip? Does the ball get slippery? A lot of things could happen out there if you just put it in play.
Welch. That ball's outside. That was a ball, and I thought it was ball 4. In my scorebook, I have it as ball 4. Very interesting here.
I thought he was going to ring him up for a strikeout the way the home plate umpire was stepping away from home plate.
Very interesting here. The 3-2 is grounded into that little gap. First baseman able to make the play on it. And that is Willie Poe over there covering first to finish off the play. So 2 outs here now. You know, I really thought Welch just walked over there. Interesting. Coach Cates doesn't seem to think that was ball 4. So That'd be something to think about as we continue this broadcast. So that is a 3-1 put out there for Graham Welch. Boswell moving safely to second on the play. So now with 2 outs, Connor Regan here has a chance to send Boswell in and put this lead down to 1. He swung on and misses that one, so count will go 0-1 to designated hitter, not Connor Regan. And Connor Regan scored the only run there that last inning.
Coming around on a bases-loaded walk by Zach Bacon.
Regan has shown he can hit it to all sides of the field so far for the Scouts this season as that ball is outside. So count will even up to Connor Regan. Asking around, everyone keeping a scorebook here had ball 4 for Graham Welch, so something very interesting transpiring here in Southern Ohio.
We weren't the only ones.
The 1-1 to Regan is in there, curved in there for a strike as a breaking ball from Willie Poe sank into the strike zone, and Connor Regan will find himself down 1-2 in this count. So the old saying goes, it only takes one, and a single could score Boswell. Regan will take that pitch outside for a ball, so count evens at 2-2 here.
And boy, Poe really wanted that pitch the way I saw him coming off the mound. Sometimes body language can tell the whole story, and his body language did not look good after that.
The fans remaining here in Bob Wren Stadium didn't like the call on that pitch too much either, as that ball's in there for a strike as Regan watches it go by. So another strikeout looking there for the Scouts, and that will end the inning. So the Scouts get one hit, get a base runner, leave them on. Nothing going for the Scouts that time. We'll be back with some action in the bottom half of the 5th. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here to the bottom half of the 5th here in beautiful Athens, Ohio, although it's not too beautiful right now as that rain is still coming down here on this field. Copperheads still hold a 3-1 lead over the Xenia Scouts as Ray Zuber, the designated hitter for the Copperheads today, will make his way to the plate. Zuber today 1 for 2. Quinones still on the hill for your Scouts as that first pitch from Quinones is up high for a ball.
And by the way, during this inning, we'll get you updated with some scores around Major League Baseball.
The second pitch from Diego's in the dirt, so count will go 2-0 here to Zuber. Quinones from the windup who will move fast, and that ball is in there for a strike. Count 2-1 here to Zuber. Well, Diego still working quickly here. This ball's driven out to right field. Boswell will not be able to catch this, so catch that one. This one will go to the warning track as extra bases for Zuber as he will stand up into second base. So a big double there to start out this inning for the Copperheads for the designated hitter, Ray Zuber. So man on second already for the Copperheads as their cleanup hitter, Blaine Krim, makes his way to the plate. Krim today has 2 flyouts to center field. Has exhibited his ability to get that ball lifted and out to the outfield. Let's see if he can do anything here for the Copperheads as Diego will try to keep this lead at 2 here for the Scouts. Diego eyeing down Zuber at second. This ball is driven out into the gap in center field. Welch tracking it, making a great play on it, does Welch, and that will be Krim's 3rd flyout to center field on the day. Great job by Welch there, getting over and getting that line drive there, hit off Blaine Krim's bat.
Well, Riley, we were attempting to play a doubleheader tonight. I don't know if we'll be able to do so, but They are in the process of playing a doubleheader on the south side of Chicago as we commence with some scores around Major League Baseball. Oakland taking the first game against the White Sox by a score of 11-2.
Diego's first pitch here to Blake Holub was swung on and missed by Holub, so count 0-1.
And in the second game, it's the hometown White Sox leading the A's 3-1 in the top half of the fourth.
Diego making a little move over there to Zuber at second, but nothing going there.
Other scores around the majors: Pirates and D-backs still scoreless in the middle of the eighth in Pittsburgh.
Diego's 0-1 pitch is in there for a strike, so count 0-2 here to Blake Holub.
Phillies leading the Nationals 6-2 in our nation's capital, bottom half of the fifth in that game. The Dodgers lead the Mets 4-0 in Flushing, New York, bottom half of the sixth in NYC.
This ball's fouled off by Holub, count still 0-2.
Top half of the sixth in Cincinnati, the Reds leading the Cubs by a score of 4-3. Bottom half of the fifth down in Tampa Bay, or St. Petersburg to be more specific. The Rays leading the Yankees 1-0 in that ball game.
Quinones here. Holub swung on and misses that one, so second out of the inning for the Scouts. As now Kyle Casserly will make his way to the plate, Wright State Raider.
More scores around the major leagues. Bottom half of the first in Cleveland. Still scoreless between the Tribe and the Tigers. Top half of the fifth in Atlanta. Braves trailing the Orioles in that one 1-0. No score between the Astros and the Royals. Bottom half of the third in Houston.
Diego does another move over there to Zuber at second. Nothing going there.
Top half of the third in Milwaukee. Still no score between the Brewers and the Cardinals. Top half of the fourth in Minnesota. The Twins trailing the Rangers in that one 2-0.
This pitch from Diego's in there for a strike. Diego is finding his control a little better from after the delay.
Top half of the second in Colorado. Rockies and Marlins are scoreless.
So that 0-1 bounces to Jarrett Lindsey, so count 1-1 here to Casserly, the right fielder for the Copperheads, I should say.
And then finally, later on tonight, two West Coast games, I should say. Angels playing host to the Blue Jays at 10:07. Giants playing host to the Padres at 10:15.
Casserly awaiting the 1-1 here from Quinones, and he delivers. His ball is fouled off behind the plate, so count will move 1-2 here to Casserly, and Diego Quinones could find himself out of another jam here after the delay.
And you know what? Diego's doing a nice job here. He's doing a nice job of allowing the Scouts to stay in this game. Got off to the rough start with the walks, with the wild pitches, but it seems as though that he's settled down a little bit, and he's keeping this game in a 2-run deficit for his team for right now.
This 1-2 from Quinones is in the dirt. Count will move to 2-2, and, you know, Diego would want to limit those balls in dirt as much as he can because, you know that baseball's wet, and as soon as it hits that dirt, it's going to get really dirty and a lot harder to grip. So Diego here with a 2-2 pitch oncoming. And he delivers. Stealing is Zuber, but he is caught stealing there at third. I don't know what Zuber was thinking there. Jarrett Lindsey able to gun him down, so we will see Kyle Cashley begin the sixth inning offensive for the Copperheads, but not before we see your Scouts get back to it. In the top half of the sixth, you are listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back to Bob Wren Stadium here in Athens, Ohio, as the rain has seemed to subside for now, and the Copperheads still hold a 3-1 lead over the Xenia Scouts. Very quiet affair so far tonight, partner, as Ben Bills makes his way to the plate.
Both teams have had relatively good pitching. We saw Diego Quinones get off to a bad start when it came to his control, trying to keep pitches, from going to the backstop, but since then he's settled down.
The first two pitches to Ben Bills are called balls, so Bills will find himself ahead 2-0 in this count.
We saw brilliance by Michael Darrell Hicks, the starter on the mound for Southern Ohio. He got subsequently pulled.
And the 2-0 pitch is up high to Bills, so Bills will have a 3-0 count.
And so far, Austin Weaver and Willie Poe, who's now out on the mound for the Copperheads, they've been doing good work out of that Southern Ohio bullpen.
The 3-0 pitch from Poe almost hits Bills, and that'll be ball 4. So the Scouts already have a runner on here. Start out the top half of the 6th, and to remind you guys there at home that this game will only be going 7 innings, so getting crunch time here for the Scouts here in the 6th. As Felix King makes his way to the plate.
Felix is due for a big hit right here, I think. He struck out and walked so far in tonight's game. Let's see if Felix can put a charge into a pitch right here.
King here looking to deliver for his team. This first pitch is in there for a strike. So King will start out 0-1 in his count. Bills over there at first, and Bills has displayed some speed, but I don't think we've seen him steal too many times this year, but time for anything as King drills this one into the gap between shortstop and third baseman. This will dribble out to left field, so King with a hit here, and the Scouts have something going here with men on first and second with nobody out. So Jarrett Lindsay will come up to the plate now.
King found a pitch to his liking, pulled it into left field, and now the Scouts have something cooking here offensively with a couple runners on. Still nobody out here in the top half of the 6th. This is crunch time, Riley, as you previously talked about, with this game only being 7 innings, but looks like the Scouts have something cooking here.
I would not be surprised to see Lindsay bunt here with men on first and second, no outs, and he will take a strike here. So Ken will go 0-1 here to Lindsay.
Looks like Southern Ohio wouldn't have been surprised by that either. They're already bringing.
Take a strike here. So Ken will go 0-1 here to Lindsay.
Looks like Southern Ohio wouldn't have been surprised by that either. They're already bringing in the first baseman. At least they were on that last play on the edge of the grass. Looks as though the infielders now are backing up a little bit.
Poe coming set on the mound. This ball's in the dirt. Gets away from Johnson a little bit, but he keeps it in front of him. Keeps the runners at their spots, and count will move 1-1 here to Jarrett Lindsay.
That was a very good block by Johnson that time, and that was an equally good decision by King, or Bills for that matter, not to move up. Ball didn't trickle away far enough for both those guys to move up a bit. For that matter, not to move up. Ball didn't trickle away far enough for both those guys to move up a base.
Even moved towards third base, so it would have made an easier throw there for Johnson to get Bills. So the 1-1 here to Lindsay. Swung on and missed, and Lindsay swung out of his shoes on that one, so count will move 1-2 to Lindsay. As you said, partner, these conditions have done what they have done to the field, making it nice and wet. So, if you put a ball in play here, anything can happen for the Scouts. That's a 1-2 pitch in to Lindsay. Curved in there, but not enough. And the count will move 2-2 to the catcher, Jarrett Lindsay.
Now, I will say this. We've had a lot of rain, but one positive from that rain is that it's really cooled off. It's actually very comfortable here in Athens right now.
Lindsay waving that bat around as he awaits the 2-2 pitch from Poe, and here it is. He swings and drills into the C&I single out here to left. Bills will be held up at third, and the bases are now juiced with Scouts.
Good decision right there by Bubba Cates, holding Bills up at third, and now Xenia's definitely got something here going in the top half of the 6th after that single by Lindsay.
Good piece of hitting there by Lindsay as Bacon will find his way to the plate. Bases loaded, nobody out here for Bacon. You got to think a guy who hasn't had too many hits this year, they usually get out of their slumps in a big situation like this, so we'll see what Bacon can do as the Copperheads coach will make his way out to the mound, talk to his left-handed earlier.
And it looks like there might be some activity down there in the Southern Ohio bullpen, so For all we know, partner, this might be a pitching change.
And it would be the third pitcher we've seen since Daryl Hicks's exit after the third inning delay.
This is a big moment for Bacon. Bases loaded, nobody out. We saw him put together a really good at-bat his last time up, driving in a run via a bases-loaded walk. This is probably, now who knows? We don't know what's going to happen in the top half of the seventh, but this is probably going to be the best chance for the Scouts to really break through offensively, perhaps tie this game. Heck, perhaps take the lead if Bacon is able to strike this one the right way. But the main thing for Bacon right here is just put the ball in play.
Bacon's first pitch here is too high, and that will be a ball. So Bacon's starting out good here. Count 1-0 to Bacon. Glenville State College is where he plays his spring ball.
In the beautiful state of West Virginia.
As does his teammate Carter Boswell. Poe coming set and delivering here to Bacon. That one almost hits Bacon. Look how it'll move 2-0. Partner, sometimes, you got to think maybe lean into it in a situation like this. With the bases loaded, that would have scored another run for Bacon. Would have put this lead down to 1. But, Bacon probably up there. He wants to hit.
I'll tell you what, he's got plenty of room on the left side.
So 2-0 to Bacon has popped up. Out in the foul territory over in the right field line. We'll see if Cashley can make a play, and he will not as that lands. So count now 2-1 to Bacon. Not an awful play there by Cashley. Wasn't busting to that, and you got to think, that's a possible tag opportunity for Ben Bills there at third base.
I was just about to say, if he makes that catch, Bills has the opportunity to tag up at third base and try to come in to score.
Possible tag opportunity for Ben Bills there at third base.
I was just about to say, if he makes that catch, Bills has the opportunity to tag up at third base and try to come in to score. And the way the fielder was going towards that wall down the right field line, might have slammed into it, allowing Bills to easily score on the play.
So Bacon here will await the 2-1. Ben Bills is on third. Felix King on second. Jarrett Lindsay at first for the Scouts. Bacon will swing on this one. Will stay in play. Popped right up in the infield. Third baseman Krim under it. Makes the play, so that'll be the first out of the inning. So now coming up to the plate is the shortstop, Noah Orlando.
Well, if you're Willie Poe, the left-hander for Southern Ohio, that's exactly what the doctor ordered right there. And it looks as though Southern Ohio might make a pitching change after that.
As a coach coming back out to the hill after Bacon's at bat, so and we have a righty coming out of the pen, so we'll see a right-handed pitcher when we come back. We'll let you know again about him and what he's done for the Copperheads this year when we come back. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network.
Southwestern State, number 29, Gus Cunningham. Copperheads from Florida Southwestern State, number 29, Gus Cunningham.
That'd be 1 1/3. Gus Cunningham.
What's stats do you have for Poe? I got 1 in the third innings, 3 hits, 1 run, right?
Yeah. So I think that the run came from the second guy, who was Weaver. He did not give up a run.
What about walks and strikeouts?
At least 1 in this inning. Just 1 in this inning.
Okay. Just 1 walk.
Yeah. Because Weaver had the 4th, and then they took him out.
2 strikeouts?
Yep.
Come on, Cam.
thank you. As long as Orlando doesn't drown in their double play here. All right, they're running back out. Let's come back.
Welcome back to Athens, Ohio. As the bases are juiced with scouts here in the top half of the sixth with only one out as Noah Orlando makes his way to the plate. The new pitcher for the Southern Ohio Copperheads is Gus Cunningham, the 6'3", 185-pound right-hander from Florida Southwestern State, where he'll be a junior this spring. So big spot here for Orlando as the bases are loaded and the scouts find themselves down still 3-1 here to the Copperheads. And Montgomery Cunningham, I should say, coming set and delivering. This pitch is outside for a ball, so Orlando will go up 1-0 on Cunningham.
For Cunningham, this is his third game on the season. Pitched 5 innings, no runs, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, and 4 walks. Or 2 walks, excuse me. Has yet to give up an earned run, so 0.00 for right now.
For the time being, these runs on the bases will belong to Willie Poe. So Orlando here swinging at that one, kind of check swinging, but he was way too far gone there, so the count will move 1-1 to Noah Orlando.
And speaking of Mr. Poe, inning and a third, no runs, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, and 1 walk. And as Riley mentioned, he is responsible for all runners on base at the moment.
Cunningham set, eyes down all the runners, and delivers. This ball is a breaking pitch that got Orlando a little bit there, and the count will go 1-2 to Orlando.
Well, again, the same thing for Orlando that I said about Bacon in his at-bat. Just got to find a way to put the ball in play. Cunningham, in the meantime, would like nothing more than the ground ball right here.
So Orlando's definitely got to hit something out of the infield. The sac fly could work and diminish this lead a little bit, so Orlando trying to do any type of job he can. So 1-2. It's way outside, so Orlando will even up the count here. Orlando getting his practice cuts in again. Ben Bills occupies third. King occupies second, and Jarrett Lindsay occupies first.
A lot of room in the right center field gap. If Orlando can inside out this pitch, he'll have plenty of green to work with out there. Gap. If Orlando can inside out this pitch, he'll have plenty of green to work with out there.
Orlando calling time there. Did not like how much time Cunningham was taking up there, trying to find out his sign.
By the way, I think for the first time today, the rain has stopped.
At least for now, partner. At least for now.
You're right.
Orlando awaits this 2-2 pitch, and here it comes. That ball's outside, so count will go full here. Cunningham in danger of walking in another run here.
I would be absolutely shocked if Cunningham goes with a pitch that's not his fastball right here. I think he's coming with the hard stuff. Orlando better be ready for it.
And the payoff pitch upcoming here. Leg kick and delivers does Cunningham. This ball's away. And another run getting walked in for the Scouts. So Orlando will take his spot at first and take that RBI as Ben Bill scores. Isn't that score now 3-2 here in Athens, Ohio? Orlando occupying first. Jarrett Lindsay occupying second. And Felix King occupying third as Cam Murray, the left fielder tonight, makes his way to the plate. And Murray, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts on the day, would like to get his first hit right here and really get something going here for the Scouts. First pitch from Cunningham is low and away, so Murray will have a 1-0 count here.
Boy, just an observation here, but the right fielder, he is nowhere even close to the right field line. They are really playing Murray as if he is going to be hitting this ball into the right center field gap.
Murray actually hit his home run earlier this year to right field. Almost straight away, almost went foul as I called it. So Cam Murray definitely able to hit it that way as he takes a strike. So count 1-1 to Murray. It has gone quiet here in Bob Burns Stadium. Could really hear the Copperheads faithful here earlier. Not so much now as their team is in a tight spot with one out. Murray lines this one a little bit down the line, but just goes foul. If you got to think if that went fair, that might have scored 2 there.
Might have scored 3, for all we know. Certainly would have been extra bases.
With Orlando on first, yeah. They might have been able to score 3 with Orlando's wheels on first. But it was not to be, as Cam Murray will now be down 1-2 in the count.
Well, again, just trying to put the ball in play. Otherwise, just trying to work this at-bat to your advantage.
Carter Boswell on deck, and he singled his last time up, so he would love to get a crack at it as well with the bases loaded. But for now, it is Cam Murray's time. You know, Cunningham really has been taking it. You know, Cunningham really has been taking his time since he took the hill, so very
deliberate.
But every pitcher has their pace, and Cunningham seems to be slow, so he will take his time. He'll deliver the 1-2 here to Murray. Murray grounds this one back to Cunningham, but it's a chopper, so this run will score, and Murray will be safe at first. Infield single there by Cam Murray, showing off the wheels there. So Murray with the RBI and tying this game up at 3.
Like I said,
King.
Yeah, but sorry to cut you off there, partner, but like you said, just put the ball in play, and that's what Murray was able to do. And we know that Murray has got some great speed. Seeing that ball go off the end of the bat, I just figured if that gets past the pitcher's mound, might have a good chance of reaching first safely. And now all of a sudden, we got ourselves a tie ball game. Still only 1 out, and the Scouts have a chance to take their first lead of this game.
That wet grass really killed that little rounder there, making it a very hard play for the shortstop, Weisenseal. So now Carter Boswell, who I said singled his last time up, with a chance here with the bases loaded. So he fouls this one behind the plate. Count will go 1 to Boswell, and we still only have 1 out here in the top half of the 6th. So as it stands now, Cam Murray is on first. Noah Orlando is second, and Jarrett Lindsay is on third for the Scouts right now as Boswell is at the plate with an 0-1 count. Cunningham looking out the runners. Little off-speed pitch there to Boswell is fouled off and down the left field line, so count will move to 0-2 here to Boswell. But you got to think Cam Murray with that little infield single with a 1-2 count. See what Carter Boswell can do with an 0-2 count.
Well, I would expect this next pitch to be a simple waste pitch by Cunningham. Wipeout slider that misses the plate by a couple inches just to keep the batter honest. Then he can really start to go after Boswell.
So a lot of speed on the base paths for the Scouts right now as Boswell will wait the 0-2 pitch, and here it is. Spells outside as you imagine, partner. So count will move 1-2 to Boswell.
Now Cunningham, after trying to shoot the corner with that pitch, he'll try to probably go back inside. Perhaps using the fastball once again here, trying to jam Boswell. If not, look for something low.
Boswell just has to put something in play here. So there's a lot of opportunity for the Scouts right now. So this ball is a breaking pitch that is outside, so count 2-2 here to Boswell.
So interesting. They were trying to get Boswell the chase once again, but Carter showing some great patience at the plate, not going for that wide pitch. So now what does Cunningham do on this 2-2 offering?
Boswell just awaiting this pitch. Cunningham hasn't even come set yet. Got to think Boswell might call time here. So he starts shaking that bat now. Cunningham is set. The 2-2 for Boswell. Fouled off. Good job by Boswell here to stay alive in this at-bat.
We brought this up a couple nights ago about how the Scouts team has really been showing some resilience in several ways, coming from behind. The win over Licking County a couple nights ago where they blew the large lead but found a way to win it in extra innings. This could be another game where the Scouts show off that resilience, and boy, it'd be mighty impressive, especially with the way that they started this game.
2-2. So outside to Boswell. So Boswell doing a good job here, working a full count after going down 0-2. Really putting the pressure now on Gus Cunningham.
And Cunningham, he's been trying to get Boswell to chase that pitch outside. Boswell has not been willing to bite, so if I'm Cunningham right here, I have no choice but to go with the fastball, at least I would think.
Got to think he's going to throw something in the zone that Boswell will swing at. And the 3-2 payoff pitch to Boswell. It's grounded to the shallow shortstop. See if Boswell can beat it out. Boswell is called out at first, but not before the run comes in at home, so the Scouts will take a lead. Credit Boswell with the RBI. 6-3 put out there, so 2 outs now for the Scouts as Graham Welch makes his way to the plate, but bases are not loaded anymore because of the out there at first. So Murray at second now and Orlando at third. So a lot of speed on the base paths for the Scouts. But I think good job there by Boswell putting that ball in play and scoring the run there. So now the Scouts have their first lead of the day. Graham Welch is now at the plate with 2 outs. Men on second and third. First pitch to Welch. High and outside. Welch will go ahead 1-0 in the count.
And talk about manufacturing runs. It's not like they're clobbering homers like the New York Yankees. The Scouts have been able to score runs thanks to smart base running, opportune hits, hitting the right spots in the infield in particular. They've been able to get the job done.
That ball's low and outside, so count will go 2-0 to Welch here. Welch will be looking to do something with those runners in scoring position. Ducks on the pond, as they say, and Welch here with 2 outs could deliver a nice little cushion lead here for the Scouts if he's able to hit a ball to the outfield somewhere. Time is called by the catcher Johnson here as he goes to talk to Cunningham. Looks like there might be some confusion on the signs.
I'll tell you one other thing that's really stood out to me about the Scouts team early on here in 2018, besides the resilience, the team's speed. I think up and down this roster, not just the starting lineup that's being put out there today, but the roster itself has been very, very impressive. They can run very well. They can steal bases. But you're able, like I said, to manufacture runs on a couple of grounders that don't even leave the infield. That's pretty impressive to me.
It's a 2-0 here to Graham Welch. It's fouled off, and partner, when you say that speed, it kind of reminds me of that Royals team in 2014, 2015. They stole a lot of bases, ended up winning that World Series championship in 15 because that team had a lot of speed.
It just goes to show you that you don't have to clobber the ball like the 27 Yankees. You can win with speed. You can win with opportune hits. What matters the most is getting those runs across the plate. Doesn't matter how you do it. Just get them in, and most of the time you'll be successful.
And the 2-1 from Cunningham in their first strike to Welch. So Welch now will have to protect now as he has 2 strikes and 2 balls on him. 2 outs here with 2 men on. A lot of 2s here for the Scouts. Let's see if they can get 2 runs off of Welch here. As the Scouts now lead the Copperheads 4-3 after this big 3-run 6th inning. Again, we're all playing 7 here for this first game. So Welch fouls off another one.
Well, good at bat by Graham. He's definitely making Cunningham work out there.
I think this field's still feeling the effects of the rain, even though it hasn't rained at least for 15 minutes. I should knock on wood.
There's still some puddles around here. And I'm sure that grass is very wet still.
The 2-2 pitch here from Cunningham. Outside, so Graham Welch now. Full count to Welch. Another walk here would load the bases back up for the Scouts. For Connor Regan, the designated hitter, who has a single today. So big 3-2 pitch here for Gus Cunningham. So he'll try to get out of this inning. 3-2 pitch. Another foul ball there by Welch. Welch doing a good job and not going down so easily. You could probably hear a pin drop here at Bob Rand Stadium.
This place was jumping earlier in the day. Not only had fans, but it was apparently their Bark in the Park promotion. So he also had a bunch of pooches here at the ball yard. A lot of those dogs since then have gone home.
Yeah, dogs are not a big fan of rain. Neither are their owners. As the 3-2 pitch is high to Graham Welch, and he will walk this time. You know, that last time we thought Graham Welch walked his last at-bat, and here he actually does. 3-2 pitch is high to Graham Welch, and he will walk this time. You know, that last time we thought Graham Welch walked his last at-bat, and here he actually does. Great at-bat there from Welch as he saw 8 pitches. So bases now loaded again with scouts as Welch is on first. Murray on second, Orlando on third with Connor Regan up at the plate. And if Connor Regan reaches base here, we'll be back to Ben Bills, who started off this 6th inning. So Cunningham now with Orlando on third. That represents the first batter that Cunningham faced in this inning. And the first pitch to Regan is outside for a ball.
By the way, that last walk to Welch, that is the 7th walk of the night for Xenia. The Scouts have been exhibiting some great patience at the plate tonight.
So the Scouts able to get on base any way they can. And Connor Regan here will look to add on to this score. So that pitch is up high for a ball. And Regan will look to add on to that score any way he can. It might just be a walk, the way Cunningham has been struggling here.
The walks are great. Getting on base is great. But, boy, if the Scouts could get just one big hit to break this bad boy open, boy, that'd feel good right now.
Well, 2-0 to Cunningham is high and away, so Connor Regan now will boast a 3-0 count. I think Coach Cates here might give Connor Regan the green light. If he sees something pretty, Regan can really put the bat on a ball.
Oh, he's got power. He can send it a long way if he wants to.
So Cunningham here doesn't want to give him something too pretty, but he definitely needs to throw him a strike here. That ball is called a strike, so count will move to 3-1 to Regan. Regan asking the home plate umpire for the count. Gets it, and now he's ready. So he knows he has a hitter's count now. Bases loaded for the Scouts as they are up 4-3 on the Copperheads here in the 6th inning. This ball's low to Regan, and Regan will walk. So another run will cross the plate for the Scouts, as that run is Noah Orlando. So now Ben Bills will bat for the 2nd time this inning for the Scouts. Bill started out this inning with a walk and was that 2nd run of the game for the Scouts.
So that now makes it 8 walks. I think a couple of those walks have also resulted in runs scored as well. And we saw a little bit of that. Oh, 3.
At least 3.
At least
3
3
I'm
times.
looking. Orlando's, Bacon's in the 4th.
Good catch, good catch.
Regan, they're just right there.
And we saw a little bit of that in the win over Licking County a couple nights ago, where some runs would come into score via walks.
Yeah, our player of the game that night, Dugan Darnell, had 3 walks, and 2 of them scored a run. So Scouts here doing a good job of taking what they're given. In a way, they're being given bad pitches, so they're taking them for balls, and they're taking this lead from the Southern Ohio Copperheads as we'll begin play here after a little mound visit from Bobby Johnson and Gus Cunningham. So Ben Bills with his 2nd at-bat of the inning will look to add on to this lead with 2 outs. First pitch to Bills is in there for a strike.
Well, I mean, he still got some baseball to go, but, you know, it's pretty remarkable that we have the Scouts here leading by 2 runs with the control issues that Diego Quinones was dealing with at the plate.
The 0-1 pitch in there for a strike, so Bills finds himself down 0-2.
The 3 errors that were committed in the field early on in this game, all the wild pitches, the passed balls as well. Again, that resilience. Scouts just find a way to dig in when things get tough, and they just find a way to come out on top.
Did look a little bit like Bad News Bears there in those first couple innings, but have definitely shirred up here. As Bills will take a ball there. Count moves 1-2 to Ben Bills.
Oh, I thought we were going to be in for a long first game, the way they were playing in the first couple innings. But since then, they have definitely recovered. Those walks have certainly helped them get back in this game and get this lead. And, hey, who knows? They might have some more runs to score here in this inning before it's all said and done.
The 1-2 to Bills. Fouled off by Bills. So the Scouts team doing a very good job against Cunningham. Even though they get 2 strikes, they've been fighting off a lot of foul balls, really making Cunningham second-guess himself up there at the hill.
I think the big question now for Xenia is, do you put a new pitcher out there in the next inning? Do you stick with Diego Quinones? It's going to be an interesting decision, I think, going forward for head coach Bubba Cates.
Ben Bills will await the 1-2 pitch again. Regan on first. Murray on third. Or Welch on first, I should say. That is a ball to Ben Bills. So, yeah, sorry. Welch on first. Murray at third. Regan at second. Oh, no, I had that right. Welch on second. Regan at first. Murray on third. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is.
You were going to get there at some point.
At some point. Third time's a charm, as they say. As the 2-2 to Bills. This one's flown out to the right field foul area. This will stay in play. First baseman unable to make the grab. Lackadaisically stuck his glove out there, did Holub, and he was unable to make the play. I think you got to credit an error to Holub there.
Which they just did, E3. That's a catch that you got to make. Now, who knows? The wall might have snuck up on him a little bit as he was trying to get his footing under him, but bottom line is that's a catch that you got to make right there. That ball hung up in the air for an eternity, and for you to not catch that ball after it hung up there for an eternity, you know, got to have that catch.
So Ben Bills here giving a second life. See, we'll wait another 2-2 pitch. Bills doing a good job, bowing what he can off. And Cunningham with the 2-2 again. Bills drives this one out to center field. Center fielder, we see his numbers, and that will hit the wall. So big hit here by Ben Bills, and this might score them all here. So bases clearing double for Ben Bills as he really cracks this game open for the Xenia Scouts. Big double out there to center field for Ben Bills.
Well, you know, I don't know what would have happened if Mason Nadeau does not trip and fall. Again, we talked about this after all the heavy rain. What would happen if a Scouts player sent a ball out there in the outfield? Would an outfielder slip? Would the ball get wet, altering the grip, et cetera, et cetera? And we saw right there with that wet outfield, allowing the Scouts to get that big hit that has now really blown this game open. Great job by Ben Bills sending it out there, and that's got to feel really good in the Scouts' dugout as they have now really lengthened this lead.
And as they lengthen the lead, the Southern Ohio Copperheads will try a new arm up there at the hill as Cunningham is out. And Cunningham only recorded one out there in his appearance, I believe. Only recorded one out because he came in with one out against Orlando, walked Orlando, and everything just went from there. The only out he got was the Boswell ground out. So number 23 will now take the hill for the Southern Ohio Copperheads, and that is Kyle Wisniewski, the right-hander from Shawnee State University. So we're going to let Kyle warm up here. We'll take a quick look at heads, and that is Kyle Wisniewski, the right-hander from Shawnee State University. So we're going to let Kyle warm up here. We'll take a quick little break. We'll be right back with some Xenia Scouts baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here as the Scouts have blown open this game with a 7-run 6th inning after Ben Bills just had a bases clearing double, I should say, as he scored 3 runs on it. Coming in to pitch for the Copperheads now is Kyle Wisniewski from Shawnee State University, native of Strongsville, Ohio, as Felix King will be the first Scout to face him. 2 outs here in the top half of the 6th as Felix King fouls that one off. So count will move 0-1 here to Felix King, first baseman tonight for the Scouts. And King today struck out, had a walk, and had a single earlier this inning and scored. Look to try to score Ben Bills here from second.
And meanwhile, not the greatest of innings for Gus Cunningham, who just exited. He came in with the bases loaded, correct? Relieving responsible for all 3 of those runners, who eventually came around to score. So Poe ends up giving up 3 runs, all of them earned.
So 1-1. This fouled off. Out of play by King, so count 1-2 to King now.
Which means that the other 4 runs get charged to Cunningham on the night.
I believe Orlando was his first batter.
You would be correct in that. You'd be correct in that.
Throw him a chair.
So we await the 1-2 from Wisniewski to Felix King. Bills is on second after the bases clearing double. Just breaking balls outside to King, so count moves 2-2 to Felix King. You know, you got to think now that first baseman Hollop's got to be thinking about that foul ball he dropped there from Ben Bills' at bat. You know, you think Hollop makes that catch, that ends the inning, but it didn't. And then Bills hit that bases clearing double as Felix King strikes out swinging here to end a marathon 6 for the Scouts. So the Scouts score 7 runs on 4 hits, get a lot of walks there, leave 1 man on base, and now the Scouts lead the Southern Ohio Copperheads 8-3. We'll be back at the bottom half of the 6th. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back to the bottom half of the 6th here in Athens, Ohio at Bob Wren Stadium. The Xenia Scouts had a huge 6th inning here with scoring 7 runs off 4 hits, culminating with the Ben Bills bases clearing double. Bills had 3 RBIs on that play. And now taking the hill for the Scouts is a guy who seems to be the closer for Coach Bubba Cates' club, Sam Drawley. Done a lot here in the later innings for the Scouts so far this year. Picked up the win the other night against Licking County. And we'll look to keep the Scouts ahead here as this first pitch is swung on by Cashley, grounded to Orlando, the shortstop, and thrown over to first in time for the first out of the inning. 6-3 put out there. We saw some nice glove work there by Orlando. 1 down already here as Bobby Johnson, the catcher, makes his way to the plate.
So, Riley, we get to see Big Sam once again. And let's see here. Drawley on the season. This is your 7th appearance on the year.
His first pitch is grounded to Orlando. Orlando makes the play, throws over to first. It's in time. So 2 pitches, 2 outs for Sam Drawley. 2 shortstop putouts there. So 2 down here quickly in the bottom half of the 6th.
In 9 innings pitched this season, Drawley's given up 9 runs, 8 of them earned on 9 hits. He's got 10 strikeouts to go along with 8 walks, an ERA of 8.
So Mason Nato, the left-handed batter, taking the plate now for the Copperheads. Charlie's thrown 2 pitches and got 2 outs.
That's pretty efficient if you ask me.
Looking for the 3rd pitch here. This pitch is taken for a strike by Nato, so count moves 0-1.
And by the way, that officially closes the book on right-hander Diego Quinones. I will give you his stats after this pitch from Sam.
0-1 from Jolly. Swung on, fouled off, count 0-2.
Diego ends up going 5 innings tonight, giving up 3 runs on 4 hits. Did have the 6 walks. Also struck out 2. There were times where it didn't look pretty for Diego, but I would say he gutted it out and, all things considered, delivered a pretty good start.
Strike 3 here from Jolly, so Jolly's setting down the Copperheads quickly there. Only needed 5 pitches to do so, 1-2-3 inning there. Nothing going for the Copperheads, and we'll be back with some more action in the top half of the 7th, the last inning. So we'll be back here at the top half of the 7th at Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back here at the top half of the 7th here in Athens, Ohio. As the Xenia Scouts hold an 8-3 lead over the Southern Ohio Copperheads. Jarrett Lindsay will make his way to the plate for the Scouts here. Lindsay with a single his last time up. And that big 6th inning we just had. And ball up high there for Jarrett Lindsay, and Sam Jolly coming in. Only needed 5 pitches to get 3 outs against the Copperheads in the bottom half of the 6th. So here we are on the top half of the 7th as the Scouts will look to pile onto this lead a little bit as that ball is fouled off by Lindsay. Count moves to 1-1.
Things looking pretty good for Xenia as they're trying to go for their 5th straight win after having a couple games rained out before tonight and then having to deal with a 2-hour-plus rain delay. Boy, feel really good to ultimately get a win right here.
Lindsay drives one out to the left center gap. That will be extra bases for Jarrett Lindsay, I got to imagine, as he's making his way to second. Throw beat him, but the throw was not accurate, so Jarrett Lindsay will have a stand-up double to start out the top half of the 7th for the Scouts.
Good job by Jarrett right there. Found a pitch. If you hang it, he will bang it, and he banged that one off the left center field wall for a double. Good job by Jarrett getting into scoring position. And now an RBI opportunity here for Zach Bacon.
Bacon on the night. Walked once. Is grounded out as well.
And remember, that walk was important because it got the Scouts on the board because it came with the bases loaded.
Right you are, partners. The first pitch to Bacon is called a strike, so Bacon 0-1 here. Lindsay occupying second after his big inning starting double is Wisniewski, pitcher for the Copperheads. That breaking ball doesn't break quite enough, and the count will go 1-1 to Zach Bacon. I'd like to thank everyone listening for hanging in there with us today after the big rain delay. Appreciate all you guys listening to us today. Really appreciate you guys waiting. As this pitch is fouled off by Bacon, count will move 1-2. to the Scouts' second baseman.
Yeah, those fans have certainly stuck with us. I mean, think about this for just a second. First game of the doubleheader was supposed to start at 3:30. It is now past 9:45. That's a long, long day at the ballpark.
I believe this game started at 5:35.
Oh, 5:35, excuse me.
And Bacon gets hit by that pitch there, so another base runner here for the Scouts. But yeah, so this game started at 5:35, and the second game of this doubleheader was supposed to kick off at 7:35, but this game didn't continue till after 7:35 after the rain delay. So again, we're not quite sure yet on if there will be a second game. We will let you guys know that information as soon as we do, as Noah Orlando, the shortstop, makes his way to the plate, walked in a run his last time up, and scored in the big sixth inning. The first pitch to Orlando is in there for a strike. Cub moves 0-1 to Noah Orlando. He has Zach Bacon on first, Jared Lindsay at second with nobody out here in the top half of the seventh as the Scouts will look to add on to this lead a little bit. The seventh inning is our last one, as we have mentioned in this broadcast, because of the doubleheader, because of the rainouts. This game shortened a little bit. Second pitch to Orlando is outside for a ball.
Oh, and by the way, while we have a moment, Riley, that last inning for Gus Cunningham was really rough, a third of an inning. His line looks like this: 4 runs on 2 hits, 4 walks, and no strikeouts. He dug himself a big hole due to some control issues, and as a result, he was never able to dig himself out of it.
As Orlando will take that pitch for a strike, so now the count is 1-2.
And that double by Ben Bills, huge.
Really broke this game open. The Scouts were just chipping in one at a time. Then Ben Bills with a big hit there was able to really break this game open for the Scouts, as they still have a lot of confidence up at the plate right now. As Orlando will ground this one to the shortstop, takes a little hop, throws it to second, but it will not be in time to first, so Copperheads only getting one out there, getting Bacon out at second on the 6-4 putout, but unable to get Orlando at first, as we've seen that a couple times from Noah Orlando this year. So now we're back to the top of the order for the Scouts, and the left fielder, Cam Murray, will make his way to the plate. He had an infield single that scored a run his last time up. So a lot of wheels here for Cam Murray. If he can do that again, he'd score another run. Runners on first and third with one out here for the Scouts. First pitch to Murray. Taken outside for a ball.
And that was an equally important at-bat when Murray was able to reach via the infield single, because it allowed another run to score. And that allowed the momentum to slowly but surely build in that inning, culminating in the bases clearing double by Bills.
And that pitch is called a strike, so count now 1-1. And, yeah, that Cam Murray RBI was the second run of the game for the Scouts, so they were still down 3-2 after that. But with Boswell up, he grounded out and scored a run that tied it, and then it just kept going on and on from there for the Scouts. Is this the same situation for Cam Murray, and I believe he's going to beat this out for another infield base hit. Hit that to Early, the same spot he did last time, and not one Copperhead fielder able to make a play on it, so that will score a run. And the Scouts are now ahead 9-3 as Cam Murray makes his way to first base on the infield single. And Orlando now on second. Lindsay scoring on the play.
I got to tell you, I've been really impressed with, it's been mostly Cam Murray and Carson Wright who have been in that leadoff spot for the Scouts. Leadoff guys haven't been able to get a lot of hits, but they've been getting on base a lot. And that's really helped Xenia.
It's the first pitch to Boswell's in there for a strike. Still one out here in the top half of the seventh. So Boswell here has a single to his credit on the day, with that RBI also in the sixth after he grounded out on a very close play at first. Many of us thought that he was safe on that as he fouls that pitch off 0-2. Now the count to Boswell. So Boswell get in the right-handed batter's box. He awaits the 0-2 here from Wisniewski. This Copperheads team, they just look drained out there. After that big sixth inning from the Scouts, this pitch is outside of Boswell. Count will move 1-2 to Boswell.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. That bases clearing double by Bills was a backbreaker. I mean, it's very, very hard to come back from that, especially after that long inning, that just seemed to go on forever, and you had all the walks, mostly by Cunningham, and then Bills just clears the bases with that double, and you're thinking, oh, man, I just want this inning to end. Plus, it's already been a long day at the ballpark, as it has.
And you couple all those factors, partner, along with the fact they came back in the bottom of the sixth and only saw 5 pitches before they got 3 outs as Boswell swings at that one for strike 3. So 2 outs now. And the Scouts offensive here in the 7th inning. And Graham Welch making his way to the plate. And Welch walked in a run his last time up. Actually scratched that. Welch did not walk in a run his last time up. That was after the Boswell ground out, so it's only men on 2nd and 3rd. So that walk loaded the bases back up as Welch will swing at that pitch, I should say, 4 strikes. So count now 0-1 to Welch.
He was one of the 3 men that came around to score on that bases clearing double by Bills.
This one's bounced to the catcher Johnson, so count evens at 1-1 here to Graham Welch.
By the way, how about Ben Bills? Last time we saw him on the mound, pitched a gem, and now tonight comes through in the clutch with a big bases clearing double. You got to love guys that can do a little bit of everything for your team, and that's what Bills is doing right now for the Scouts.
Versatile is Ben Bills, a Nyack College product. So that pitch into Welch is in there for a strike, so count now 1-2 to Welch. Scouts here sporting that 6-run lead as they lead the Copperheads 9-3 here in Athens. After a very long day already at the ballpark. Wisniewski comes set and delivers. This pitch is outside to Welch. Count will even at 2-2. You know, partner, I was looking at that forecast, and it does say that rain will be coming here around 10:30, 11 again. So we are still unsure on what that second game is as Welch fouls this one up near us, as a matter of fact. And Welch will staying alive here as he will have a 2-2 count again.
Well, I understand you have to be able to get the games in, but I think due to the fact that we had that long rain delay, how late it is, and the fact that Xenia, us, the Scouts, we have a long drive back to Xenia from here, I'd be very surprised if we play the second game. But, again, like you said, we don't know for sure.
As this pitch is outside for Welch, and now Welch with a full count. You know, the Scouts have been doing a very good job of working counts today. As you mentioned, partner, a lot of walks, and you're seeing a lot of full counts as well on my scorebook. So runners go, and Welch is rung up there on the pitch as he is caught looking. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning, but the Scouts score one more run to add on to this lead. 1 run off a 1 hit. Leave a couple guys on base, but the Scouts will look to close the door here in the bottom half of the 7th. We'll be right back with Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network.
Nine one two.
Welcome back here for the bottom of the 7th here in Athens, Ohio. Bob Wren Stadium as the Scouts hold a 9-3 lead over the Southern Ohio Copperheads. The Scouts had that big 7-run, 6th inning, culminating with the Ben Bills bases clearing double. And this is the last inning, folks. Sam Drawley back out there on the mound after the 5-pitch 6th inning. He'll look to continue his work here as his first pitch to the shortstop for the Copperheads. Weisenseal, a little high for a ball, so count 1-0 here to Weisenseal. As Drawley working quickly. That ball is in the dirt, so count will move 2-0 to Drawley.
Well, if you're Big Sam right here, just throw it over the plate. You got a big lead. Let's wrap up this win tonight.
Another ball there from Drawley. The count goes 3-0. And I think my partner and I both like to issue a little apology to Sam Drawley and his family, as we've been pronouncing his name wrong a little bit all year. We just found out it's actually Drawley. I believe I've been saying Drail
As
myself.
I have.
So
As have I. Yeah.
our mistake. We make mistakes, but that's the last thing my partner Charlie or me would like to do is pronounce a name wrong. So Sam Drawley with the 3-0 count up here.
Pride of Cairn University.
Drawley delivers a ball. 4 straight pitches for Drawley and then a walk for Joey Weisenseal. So top of the order here for the Copperheads is Ty Sunken will make his way to the plate. And Sunken 0 for 0 on the day. 3 walks for Sunken.
Well, as a leadoff guy, you take pride in the fact that you get on base.
So his pitch from Drawley is in there for a strike to Sunken. So Sam quickly forgetting about that 4-pitch walk and getting to work here at the top of the order on Sunken. This pitch is fouled off, so quickly down 0-2 now is Sunken. As Drawley will look to get him out here any way he can. Like to produce a ground ball, possibly get a double play here in the infield. Drawley comes set and delivers. This ball's fouled off by Sunken.
Yeah, boy, all of a sudden, I'm looking up and fireflies or
just some moths, some bugs.
Oh, boy.
If you've watched baseball a lot, you've seen those types of bugs making their way out to the field, especially after this rain. Got the lights out, so that really brings the bugs out. It's another foul. Another ball fouled off here by Sunken. His count is still 0-2.
What were the bugs that bugged Jabba Chamberlain during that playoff game in Cleveland?
I think they were just a bunch of moths and just a bunch of everything, because that's what happens here at baseball stadiums is flies get attracted. You know, we got food out here. It's got the lights. It's very nice out. There's just a lot of bugs. There's another ball is fouled off by Sunken, and he's had an 0-2 count here for 3 foul balls now.
Midges.
Yeah,
I remember that. Game 2 of the American League Division Series between the Yankees and the Indians back in 2007.
So Drawley not having trouble per se, but having trouble finishing Sunken's at bat here. As he's had an 0-2 count now, and Sunken's fouled off 3 straight pitches. The 0-2 to Sunken is fouled off again, and Sunken here does not want to go down on strikes by any means. And he will see his 7th pitch here upcoming from Drawley. You know, Sam just kind of getting annoyed. You figure that he's got this 0-2 count, might try to get Sunken to chase a little bit or something. Weisenseal on first. This pitch is driven out to right field and will land in front of the right fielder, Carter Boswell. So now the Copperheads have something going here in the bottom half of the 7th. As Tom Cesaro makes his way to the plate.
From Lee University, number 2, Thomas Cesaro.
Cesaro has a single to his credit on the day, 1 for 2 is his line. You know, we saw this from Drawley his last time out here against Licking County as that pitch is in there for a strike, but had a great first inning of relief. And in that second inning, things kind of fell apart, and then the game tied up against Licking County. And then Drawley came back again for the 10th and came back hard. So Drawley with some inconsistency a little bit in his last couple appearances as that ball is outside for a ball.
Well, I think the main thing for Sam right here, you got the big lead. Let your defense help you. It's okay if a guy puts the ball in play as long as that ball is directed towards one of your fielders.
So that ball's in the dirt. Count moves to 2-1 against Cesaro.
Unless we drop 6 on him.
Orlando and Bacon deepening up a little bit as they're in double play depth. Drawley fires in that 2-1 low. Count moves to 3-1. Now Drawley experiencing a little bit of some control issues as he walked Weisenseal, had the long at bat was Sunken, and now it's 3-1 to Tom Cesaro.
And now a little bit of a mist here at the ballpark. I think that's missed.
I agree. Looks like a little bit of miss over here by us as that pitch is outside for a ball. So the bases are now loaded with Copperheads. And the Copperheads will try to come back here with no outs. Men everywhere.
Well, after what we've experienced with weather and long innings and stuff, you know, why not? This has been an interesting game, an interesting day, to say the least.
As Zuber, the designated hitter, up, and he drives one out to center field. This one's deep. Making the play is Welch. Great job by Welch making that play. Everyone tagging except the man on first, which was Cesaro. So Cesaro still at first, sunken over to third. Weisenseal scoring on that. So 1 out, 1 run scored for the Copperheads. So score now 9-4 in favor of the Scouts. Men on the corners here, they are represented as Cesaro at first, Sunken at third. As now Blankrim has made his way to the plate, and Blankrim with 3 flyouts to center field. So look for Welsh to be a little active on this as the first pitch is in there for a strike. So now that Drawley's got that first out of the inning, we'll look to calm down here and try to get these last 2 outs. Leg kick and deliver does Drawley. This ball is driven out into center field. Welch will not catch this one as it is in the gap. Scoring is Sunken. Cesaro only making it to third base. So a double there for Blaine Krim as he gets his first hit of the day and scores a run there. So now men on second and third for the Copperheads as they have 1 out, and they're only down by 4 runs now as Drawley has slipped a little bit here.
I would give Sam 2 more batters here. If those next 2 batters find a way to reach, if your head coach Bubba Cates, I think you might think about warming someone up pretty quick.
The first pitch, the first baseman Holub is outside for a ball, and this second pitch is in there for a strike, so count will now be even. Here to the first baseman, Blake Holub. Drawley working quickly out of the windup now as Holub fouls this one off, and Cal moves to 1-2.
I'll say this. Give the Copperheads credit. They could have easily packed it in, especially after that 7-run 6th inning, but they're not going down without a fight.
As Drawley winds and delivers. This pitch is grounded to Orlando. Orlando looking to make this play at first, and he does. So now 2 outs down for the Scouts as the 6-3 putout from Orlando makes this game a little closer to being over. Scoring on that was Cesaro from third. Scouts will happily trade out for a run there, making it the 2nd out. So Casserly now up, and he grounded out to short his last time up. It's part of that 5-pitch inning by Drail. So he swung on and fouls that one off. So now score is 9-6 in favor of the Scouts. Holub, credit him with the RBI on that 6-3 putout. Drawley working quickly here. This one's driven out to the gap in right center, so another run will score. This game is now 9-7 with 2 outs and a man on first for the Copperheads. Copperheads working very quickly and coming back here. Another run scores. 9-7 now in favor of the Scouts. Jarrett Lindsay going out there to talk to Drawley.
And they're going to stick with Sam for right now.
As Bobby Johnson makes his way to the plate, who also grounded out to short his last time up. Coach Cates has not made a visit out to the mound, so has full faith in his hurler right now. But Drawley definitely struggling here in this 7th inning. We'll look to end it here as he delivers a first pitch strike to Bobby Johnson.
Well, I think he's it because I haven't seen any activity whatsoever down there in the bullpen near the Scouts.
Drawley coming set here and delivers. This ball is grounded to the second baseman, Bacon. Bacon will flip to Orlando, and that will end this game. So the Scouts will take this one 9-7 here in Athens, Ohio after the 2-hour rain delay. This 7th inning game is now over. Scouts are celebrating on the field now as we speak. Big game from the Scouts here. The Copperheads not going down without a fight, though, scoring 4 runs in the bottom half of the 7th. But the Scouts ultimately come away with the win again. The Xenia Scouts outscore the Copperheads 9-7 here in Athens, Ohio at Bob Burns Stadium. And we'll be back here shortly with a post-game show as we try to wrap up this game, and we'll give you guys our player of the game. Don't go anywhere. This is Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network. Welcome back to Athens, Ohio. Here at Bob Wren Stadium, where the Scouts just completed another win in their 5-game winning streak, beating the Southern Ohio Copperheads 9-7 after a big rain delay. The Scouts were able to come away with the win. So, Charlie, what do you make of this 5th straight win for the Scouts?
Well, just another example of their resilience. Did not get off to the swiftest of starts, down 3-0, throwing the ball all over the field, committing 3 errors to begin this game. But after a lengthy rain delay, they dug in, got some big walks against the Southern Ohio pitching staff, which culminated in that 7th-run 6th inning for them. This team just continues to find more and more ways to win, and I think that is very cool to see, and I think that is something to be very excited about as we reach the latter stages here of the month of June. Ben Bills with that big hit in the 6th inning, that was huge, and Diego Quinones was able to battle through despite a really tough start to this game. I thought this team just continues that big-time resilience. And look who is joining us here in the broadcast booth, the guy who delivered that big hit in the 6th inning.
So my partner just said it.
What's up?
Ben Bill, we're being joined by our player of the game tonight, Ben Bills. Bills went 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs, including that bases-clearing double there in the 6th that really put the Scouts ahead for good. So, Ben, one thing I want to ask you is, you had that big rain delay there, about 2 hours. So how do you guys as a team stay focused and stay ready to play through that rain delay?
I don't know. We just we're relaxing. It's not a big deal. It's just baseball, You just go out and have fun, Ate a couple of hot dogs during that rain delay, and I was refueled.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Ben, I want to talk, before we get to your big hit, I want to talk about the team's patience at the plate tonight. 8 walks by the Scouts, and to me, getting all those walks allowed you guys to get back into this game. Talk to me about the patience at the plate and the mindset this team tends to take when they step into the batter's box.
Just looking for that pitch to hit, Any way to get on is the best. If you can draw a walk, that definitely boosts your team and kind of drains their team a little bit, You just earned yourself a free base, so take what you can get. We're just looking for that one pitch to drive.
Speaking of taking that one pitch that you can drive, let's go to that bases clearing double. Take me through that bat, what you were trying to find, and ultimately the swing that really broke this game wide open.
So I think I went down 0-2 early in the count. Fouled a couple pitches off, including that one that was real close down the first base line that almost was caught. But I just stay focused, stay patient. He left the ball up, so I just hit it.
What did you make of Diego Quinones and how he was able to battle despite some early game struggles?
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, including pitching in the rain. It's never easy, so kudos to him. He did a great job. Kept us in the ballgame the whole time.
Before we let you go, 5 straight wins. This team continues to find more and more ways to win games. The resilience is there. You guys seemingly never give up despite either falling behind or blowing a lead like that one time against Licking County the other nights. What do you make of this team's resilience, and how do you keep winning these games, man?
Oh man, the team is like brothers. Everyone's brothers. Everyone gels together. It makes it easier, makes it fun. Winning is fun. Keep going, keep rolling.
All right, Ben, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that was Ben Bills, our player of the game, and the Scouts tonight winning again 9-7 against the Southern Ohio Copperheads. We were supposed to have 2 games. We were unable to get that second one in. So just 1 game today, and Scouts come away with their 5th straight win. So for my broadcast partner, Charlie Danis, I'm Riley Harshman, and we're signing off. You're listening to Xenia Scouts Baseball on the Xenia Scouts Radio Network.